Have a seat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ranger.
Good morning.
All right, State, you may proceed.
Yes, Judge, may I please report? Good morning, Ranger Perez.
Good morning.
I believe, Ranger, that last time we were just about to talk about Mr. Tarnava, as the defendant in this case, the interview that was conducted the day he was arrested. Do you recall that, sir?
That's correct.
Before we do that, let me backtrack just a little bit, and let's talk about when you guys were searching the Fowler Road address. Do you recall if someone took photographs of that crime scene?
Correct. I believe I was tasked with photographing the scene.
So you took photographs?
Correct.
Do you remember photographing the suspected human remains that were recovered from that location?
A large amount of items were photographed. I believe some of the photographs contained were the human remains.
And do you remember who took custody from law enforcement of those human remains?
I believe it was the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. Amongst those photographs were photographs taken of some burn barrels that we discussed during, I guess, the day before yesterday.
That's correct.
Do you know who took custody of those barrels?
We had requested assistance from the Bexar County Fire Marshal's Office here in Bexar County, and I believe they took custody of the burn barrels itself.
Now, this morning, Ranger Perez, before we began testimony, did you have an opportunity to come into contact with these barrels again?
Correct. I observed some packaging material that allegedly contains the burn barrels itself.
And did you sign off for one this morning?
Correct. With the court reporter, we took custody of it, yes.
Okay. Let's jump ahead now to what we were left off with last time. So we had just introduced State's Exhibit number 12, the redacted version of the interview of Andres Tarnava.
Correct.
You were present in that room, you told us last time.
Correct. I was inside the interview room with Ranger Peters and Bexar County detective.
And did you conduct the majority of the interview?
Most of it, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit number 12?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. For purposes of the record, the state is stopping State's Exhibit number 12 at approximately 2 seconds into the video. Ranger Perez, in this interview video, is it possible to determine the date and time that this recording was made?
It is at the top left. Now, sometimes those date and times are inaccurate, but there is a date timestamp on top left.
And can you tell us, Ranger Perez, what the date is indicated to be, as well as the time?
Sure. The timestamp on this video appears to be 5/27/21, May 27, 2021. The time that's indicated is 19:42 and 16 seconds, which would be 7 p.m. 42 minutes, 16 seconds.
Okay, Ranger Perez, so we see that the time is indicated in 24-hour time, also sometimes called military time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, let's just let it play for a little bit. The state is resuming the video.
Why am I in here? It's a lie. What the fuck's going on?
Pause one more time. At 1900 hours, 42 minutes, 52 seconds. There appears to be a single individual in this interview room, Ranger Perez. Do you know who that is?
I do.
And who is that man?
Subject in video is Andres Tarnava.
Is that individual present here in the courtroom today?
He is.
And would you kindly point him out, sir, by something that he might be wearing?
Sure. Hispanic male to my right, black sports coat with a striped white shirt, wearing glasses.
Thank you, Ranger Pettis. Okay, so during the day before yesterday's testimony, I asked you more or less about how long defendant Tarnava remained in this room prior to law enforcement coming in to talk to him. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And we talked about around 4 hours, fair to say?
Approximately 4 hours, yes.
Okay, so we'll get to that in just a minute, but for now, let me jump ahead to 1900 hours, 53 minutes and 48 seconds. Close enough. Ranger Pettis, as this plays, are you able to perceive what the defendant, Andres Tarnava, is doing at this time?
It appears he's sleeping. Appears to be asleep, but I mean, no one was in the room with him at this time. Just observations off the video. It appears to be sleeping.
And this is approximately 10 minutes after he was placed in the room?
Approximately, yes.
And the state is just going to kind of fast forward throughout the initial time period, just kind of jump around. We're now at 2000 hours, 14 minutes, 53 seconds. We'll jump ahead again to 20 hours, 36 minutes, 16 seconds. Jump ahead again, this time to 2100 hours, 13 minutes, 6 seconds. $2,100 hours, 45 minutes, 20 seconds. $2,200 hours, 16 minutes, 12 seconds. $2,300 hours, 41 minutes, 34 seconds.
Okay. Wait. I was showing you where I was going to take the trigger, or he's following me.
I don't know why this part is muted. All right, so let's just pause right here, really quickly, Ranger Pettis. At 2,300 hours, 50-ish minutes, it says 51 on the screen, but if I can back it up just a little bit, 50-ish minutes, we see an individual arrive into the room. Who is that individual?
That is me.
That is, you recognize yourself?
Correct.
Okay. So, fair to say, from when the defendant was first placed into the room, 1900 hours, 42 minutes and about 18 seconds, until 2300 hours, 50 minutes and about 50 seconds, roughly about 3 hours, 50 minutes, 4 hours after elapsed. Fair to say?
You're correct, approximately.
During that whole entire time, what did the defendant appear to be doing?
Objection calls for speculation, Judge,
Not if you viewed the tape.
in terms of.
You said what he appeared to be doing, so you'll have to, you can cross it, that's overruled. You can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yes, sir. From what you saw of the video, having watched it before and having watched it now, what did it appear to you that the defendant was doing for those 3 hours, 50 minutes, approximately 4 hours?
Sure. Andres appears to be sleeping due to his body positioning. It appears he's also snoring. Pretty relaxed, comfortable state in the chair. It appears to be sleeping.
Now, Ranger Pettis, at any point during that video, those 4 hours, did it appear that the defendant called out or attempted to get the attention of anyone or anything along those lines?
During the times that you played, no. And I believe someone was outside the door. There was a deputy there, I believe,
Objection
watching.
in terms of who's outside the door unless he has personal knowledge of it, Judge. Help me here, sir. If he wasn't there, somebody must have told him. So it would be hearsay. That would be based on hearsay.
Could you rephrase the question?
Yes, Ranger Pettis, to you, did it appear at any time that the defendant asked for any assistance or bathroom breaks, anything like that? Did he ever stand up or call out to your knowledge?
No. During the times you played the video, no.
And again, the whole video's in evidence. The whole 4 hours will be there, ready to be viewed by anyone who wishes to.
Correct.
Okay, let's just let this play. At 2300 hours, 51 minutes, Ranger Pettis, what did you bring for the defendant at this time?
Appears to be a water bottle. There's a couple water bottles on the table. I believe he already had a water bottle as well. One moment. Justin, we approach.
Sure.
State would offer States 12A into evidence, Judge, to supplement States 12.
In our objection to 12A, Judge, based on the hearing that was held outside the presence of the jury.
You got it. Your objection's overruled. State's Exhibit 12A is received in evidence.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, Ranger Pettis, let's begin with 12A, just so we can see that Miranda warning as it was read. And again, for purposes of the record, we are at 2300 hours, 50 minutes, and about 30 seconds.
Oh yeah? Let me take those handcuffs off of you, man. We apologize for the wait. Well, this is a long time. Yeah. You alright? No, what did you do for a little while? Yeah, alright, man. I brought you a water. We'll put this here. I'll put it here. Get some stuff out real quick, okay?
All right, let's pause the video at 2300 hours, 51 minutes, 23 seconds. Who is this man standing at the right of the frame?
It's Texas Ranger Brett Peters.
So he was present throughout the course of the interview as well.
Correct.
Okay. Now we were talking earlier about the defendant having been brought supplies. What did you bring him?
I brought him bottled water.
Did you ask him if he was doing all right?
I believe I asked him if he was doing okay, if he needed something.
Did he indicate that he needed to take a bathroom break or anything along those lines?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
15. What's your full name? Andres. Andres, I'm Jesse Pettis. I work for the Texas Rangers. Andres, this is my partner, Brett Peters. Right. This is the second work of the county. Yes, you got pulled over today, I guess, Andres? You got pulled over. We want to talk to you about some stuff, about what happened today. You got arrested for a traitor or something, huh? Yeah, we want to talk about that and some other stuff. You understand that you are under arrest right now, though, right? For that. Did you have any warrants or anything tonight? No? Okay. All right, man. What's that? I know, but you didn't know. I got your cell phone too, man. You on parole or probation or anything? No. No? Okay. And then can you tell me your full name? Okay. Sure. Andres, I'm sorry? Andres Tarnava. Sure. Okay. Your date of birth? 8/28/84. 8/28/84. Yeah. I'm gonna read you right real quick, okay, and then so we can start talking about some stuff, okay? Listen up, okay? If you don't mind on this, can you tell me a verbal answer and then nod your head yes or no? You understand? Yes. Okay. Listen up, okay? You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. And that any statement you make may be against your trial. Do you understand? Okay. Is that a yes? So, okay. Well, can you give me a yes, sir? Thank you. Any statement you make may use evidence against you in court. Do you understand? Yes? Okay, thank you. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand? Yes? Thank you. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. And you have the right to terminate this interview at any time. Do you understand all your rights? Yes. All right, Andres. Hey, so, you're arrested, I guess you're in possession of you said a trailer that didn't have a bin on it, maybe? Yeah. Can you guys tell us about that? I was about to take it to its owner. I don't even have, that was not even my trailer. I was about to take it to where originally.
Okay, state pausing the video at 2300 hours, 54 minutes, 4 seconds. Ranger Peters, is that what you described for us took place, the reading of the Miranda rights on that day?
Correct.
As far as you could remember, and as you saw in the video, did the defendant acknowledge that he understood each and every one of his rights?
He did.
And did he do that both verbally and physically?
Correct. I requested that he would nod his head yes or no if he understood his right. And he gave me a verbal answer as well.
And after the reading of his Miranda rights, did he proceed to continue to talk to you?
Correct.
Okay, so let's switch now back to States 12 and go away from 12A.
All right, just hang out here.
Okay, now on States 12, the original exhibit, at 2353, we see you holding up a green card.
Correct.
What is that?
It's a card that displays Miranda rights. We usually read it off the card.
And is that what you're reading from on 12A as you delineate each one of his Miranda rights?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what we just saw.
Correct.
Okay. Let's jump ahead now, Ranger, to 2300 hours, 57 minutes, and 58 seconds.
More? No. More? Okay. What's your address? Okay. 18407 South Lucky Road. 18407 South Lucky Road. Who you live there with? My grandmother. What's her name?
Were you able to confirm the address at which the defendant lives?
Correct.
Okay.
Having a Pennsylvania. Okay. So is that what you do for work? You kind of just like scrap and then materials? If you give me another job, all I'm gonna do is like, sure. I've been having phone work. Ladies in my back been giving out on me. There. Okay. And besides Angelina Penn, is anyone else with that? Like I'm just, but she's sick, so it's Tarnava. Okay. What was her name again, sorry? Sylvia. Sylvia. Okay. Mama's mentally sick. Okay. Who lives at the Southern Road address? Roger, I think Roger Well. Roger Arguello? Yeah, Roger Arguello, Ruben Arguello. Okay. And then, but the lady, she's in the hospital right now, so I think the sister, I don't know the sister's name. His sister is there? Yeah. Anybody else? His nephews and she lives with her dude. Okay. Those two are the only ones paying the bills. Okay. Well, she don't work, so he's basically paying for everything. I got you. No one else lives there though? Well, yeah, people live in the back, but they don't, I don't know their names, like they just stay in the back, like in the back. Okay, who lives in the back? Carlos, like he stays in the back. Carlos and his girl. Who else? He stays with his girl. Carlos and his girl. Who else? He stays there once in a while. Who? Some guy they call him Sicario, but like Sicario. Sicario? Yeah. Like the movie? Sicario? Yeah, he just has a famous name, but that's not what we're, that's it. Like, I don't know his name, like.
Okay. Did you, pausing for the record at 2300 hours, 58 minutes, 56 seconds. When you first asked the defendant where he lived, the address that he provided, was that one of the locations that was of interest in this case?
Correct, yes.
Was that one of the locations that you aerially surveilled?
Yes.
Was that one of the locations that was ultimately searched to try to find any evidence in relation to the murder of Marisol?
It was searched.
Okay. And then you asked him about another address, the Fowler address.
Correct.
Was he able to indicate to you who lived at that address?
Correct. He listed numerous subjects that allegedly lived at the location.
Okay. The last one that he mentioned was someone that he knows as Sicario.
Correct.
Were you guys able to learn the real name, if you will, not the moniker, of this individual?
Correct. We determined his real name.
And what was that name, sir?
I believe his first name is Gustavo. I can't remember his last name.
Fair enough. So Gustavo.
Gustavo.
Okay. All right. Let's jump ahead now to 1,200 hours, or I'm sorry, 2,400 hours, which would be 03:45. Oops, hang on, let's do this.
The exterior, what color is the outside? Oh, okay. And this is like a reddish maroonish. Look at that, like the chair. Okay. All right. And you're the only one that drives that truck? Yeah. Carlos doesn't drive the truck with the trailer? You're the only one that drives the Yukon? I don't have nobody drive my truck. You're the only one that drives it? No, because if anybody try to commit any type of fucking stupidity, then I would fucking definitely. That's true. Yeah. That's a good reason why not to let people drive the truck. That's you.
Okay, pausing at 1,200 hours, 2,400 hours. Well, let's call 0. 000412. What are you asking the defendant now?
We're asking him about his truck to see if he identifies the color of his truck. He refers to the chair that I'm sitting on being similar to the color of his truck. And then we ask him if anyone drove his vehicle. And he identified that no one drove his vehicle, just him.
Okay. Let's jump ahead to 7 minutes past midnight and approximately 21 seconds.
You don't want to drive that truck? Oh, he comes and goes? Yeah. Okay. Are you hungry? You've been here for a while. No, I'm good. You got to eat? I've been sleeping while I'm in here. Okay. I'm just like wondering what's going on because of these tires. Okay.
Okay, pausing at 00:07 and 33 seconds. We just heard a man speak. Would that be Ranger Peters?
That's correct.
Was the defendant offered food
Yes.
or a break?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he needed either of those things?
No.
In fact, what did he say? That he, what was he doing?
I believe he questions something about the tires. I think he's referring to the tires that were in the trailer that he was towing.
Did he make any references as to how he spent the last 3 hours, 4 hours?
I believe he said he was sleeping.
Okay. Now I think for the next couple of minutes, Ranger, you begin discussing Marisol, but I believe there was some sort of confusion regarding Marisol. So we don't have to play the whole thing. Can you kind of summarize for us what that was?
Correct. If I recall correctly, I believe there was another female named Marisol that is known to the group. So I believe we're asking him questions about a Marisol. Ranger Peters is, and we're talking about a different Marisol, not the victim in this case.
And ultimately, did it come to a point where you all realized, oh, this is a different person, let's clarify?
Objection, leading.
Sustained. Only your witness.
Yes, Judge. At some point, were you able to clarify that confusion with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, so let's jump ahead to that point at midnight, 15 minutes and 5 seconds.
I think that, okay, there's also another Marisol, right? Yeah, but the other Marisol, they said that she disappeared so bad in Castro. I got you. I think that Ranger Peters asking you about that. That's the Marisol I'm asking about. Yeah, not Carl's girlfriend. about 2 months ago. She show up, whatever, and burn off. 3-4 days, 2 to 3 weeks at a time. Okay, where'd she stay at? Some guy over there in Castroville, but I don't know. Like, I dropped him off one time, and the old man got real pissed off at me. Okay.
Well, he paused right there at midnight, 15 minutes, 48 seconds. Now that we're talking about the ride Marisol, does the defendant say anything about ever having dropped her off at home?
Not at home. I believe he said something about Castroville, about dropping her off in Castroville.
Okay. But he admits that he gave her a ride, dropped her off somewhere.
Correct.
Okay. Jump ahead to midnight, 22 minutes and 14 seconds.
What old man are we talking? You want I dropped her off at the house, and I had a discussion with him, and that was it. When was this? Last year. You remember when last year? You had a discussion with him about what? Oh, the spider sprinkler system. Okay. And he wanted me to put it on, but I didn't want to put it on. Like install one? Or what are we talking about? He wanted me to check the electrical works of it.
Pausing at midnight, 22 minutes, 48 seconds. Was that another mention of the drop-off we were just talking about?
Correct.
Oh, and then let's jump ahead to 32 minutes and 47 seconds past midnight.
That's it, I don't remember. It's 40 seconds. Man, I've never been hard, you know, I guess. You aware that she's missing? No. You haven't heard anything about Marisol being missing? No. Nothing. I don't fuck with that woman. I don't associate with her or any of her family. I know her family is somewhere in Somerset. That was the last time. Long time ago, before December, I dropped her off at her daughter's house. Marisol's daughter? Yeah. What's her daughter's name? I only met her once or twice. That's it. Okay? Like, I don't know. You don't know what her name is? No. She's cute though, but I don't know anything about her. Well, you said you dropped Marisol off at her daughter's house? Yeah. Where's that at? Somewhere in Somerset, somewhere in the back roads. Says she's missing? No, that's not the word. Tell me again how often you go over there to Fowler Road, this address on Fowler Road? Almost every day now. Every day? Almost. Okay. But every day. Well, I was going there to get the trailer. My bumper was over there, so I was going like every other day. Basically. Okay, and you said you've seen Marisol over there before, right? Much so. She used to be over there. She was staying at a guy named Tarnava's. That's what I heard. So she was going back and forth, and then one day she didn't go over there no more. Okay. I don't know what exactly Nano is. Nano? A guy named Nano. She was staying with a guy named Nano. On Bauer Road? Yeah. That's just the neighbors somewhere in this little area. I don't know. When was the last time you saw Marisol? One more time, let's this. It was December, but then also September, March of this year. September of last year, you mean? No. Yeah, give her like $20. Give her $20? Yeah. Besides sucking on her titties, did you do anything else with her? Have you ever had sex with her? No. Never ever had sex with her? I feel disgusted to say yes. Well, I mean, why would you feel disgusted? Feeling like a nut bucket. It's not like one of those towels. You don't ever heard when you go fishing, it's not a crawfish, you won't ever tell everybody you caught. Like one of those you just grab and they're like, oh. You kill a small buck when you go hunting, you don't tell no one about it? Kind of like that, huh? No, you say you kill a small or anything, don't.
Let's pause there, Ranger Pettit, at midnight 37, 7 seconds. So initially, Tarnava was saying that he had one sort of relationship with the victim, with Marisol. What was that?
He described sucking on her breast and giving her some money.
And to you, did that seem consistent with what he was saying earlier about his relationship with her?
Earlier, I believe he said he didn't associate with the victim.
Okay. Let's jump ahead now to midnight, 52 minutes and 38 seconds.
Do you hunt for bit?
Oh, let's pause there.
No.
At midnight, 40 minutes and 30 seconds, what is happening now?
We're out of the room. Can you play it a little bit before?
Sure.
I'm not sure why we stepped out.
Certainly.
Yeah, that's fine.
Been diagnosed with? No, I was actually going to go to an appointment on June the 3rd for Social Security for that. I gotta take some Tylenol real quick. I'll be right back. You need anything for the water? Smoking in the ear or anything? I got a piss. You gotta take a piss? I can, we'll have the deputies take you real quick over there. I've been having to watch shit for a really long time. You want to take it down? Okay. All right, let me take you real quick. I'll be right back.
I'll pause again. Midnight, 39 minutes, 41 seconds. Ranger, what is happening?
I recall now, I needed to take some Tylenol. I needed some Tylenol, and then he requested to use the restroom. So we escorted him outside, and he was taken to the restroom, given a chance to use the restroom.
And could that have happened at any point up to this point where you have been talking?
Oh yeah, he could have requested to use the restroom. We would have allowed him to use the restroom.
And right now you guys are taking a break.
Correct.
Okay.
How you been drinking a bunch of water? What's that?
Okay, pausing again at midnight, 52 minutes, 47 seconds. That break, 10, 15 minutes?
I'm not sure on the time frame, but it was a good amount of time for a break.
Okay. Let's resume the video now.
That's fine, cook.
We see an item on the center of the table at this time, Ranger Pettit. What is that?
Can you back up just a tad? I see the photograph. I want to see who put it down.
Certainly.
I'll go back and we'll get up. Hey, you drink that water, huh? You been drinking a bunch of water? What's that? That's fine, cook. That's the nice little we've been talking about, right? That Carl's girlfriend.
Pausing at midnight, 53 minutes, 2 seconds. Who is that photograph of?
It's Marisol, the victim, and he confirms it after I show him I point at the picture. Ranger Peters put the picture on the table, showed him.
So are you guys pretty certain now that we're talking about the right person?
Correct. I believe he makes a statement that's her as he's looking at the photograph.
Okay. Let's jump ahead now to 59 minutes and 47 seconds past midnight.
have a viewer, you're either, because me and Ranger Peters, we have an understanding, we have a view or general knowledge of what happened, okay? But we don't have your side of what happened, okay? We know that you have a gun, okay? We know that you have a gun. You can go search the whole house. Okay. Are we gonna find a gun there? Well, yeah, I don't have it. They don't carry weapons. They don't. Well, what did you do with your gun? Let's talk about that. Got it. Okay. That's fair to say, and I believe you. I believe you. How did you do it? How did you get rid of it? Let me ask you that. It's gone. I mean, you don't have it no more. It can't come back, right? Okay. So, how did you get rid of your gun? I got rid of it in the landfill. Okay. Landfill around here? No. Did you physically go to the landfill and you threw it in there, or you just threw it like in a trash can and the trash can went to the landfill? Yeah. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you being honest. I really do. So, when me and Ranger Peters ask you a question, we already know the answer to it. You're a very smart individual in this. Very smart. Okay? So, let's start off with the basics. Okay, your gun, it's gone. We can't bring it back. It's gone. No. That gun ain't coming back, babe. Right? Describe your gun to me. It's a little silver. It's on the photos on my phone. Okay. Okay. So I displayed it on my head. You have a picture of you holding the gun? No. Okay. I have your phone. Would you show me that picture? Yeah. You would show it to me? No. And like I said, is that a yes or no? I said yes. Okay. There's no point in lying because you're going to work with it anyway. If you did, I'm not stating a lie because it's going to make me look whatever I tell you. There's a lot. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm pretty sure you went to my phone. I haven't gone through your phone. I have. No, I haven't. You know your password to your phone, right? There's no password to it? What?
Let's pause there at 1 minute. I'm sorry, 1 a.m., 2 minutes and 21 seconds into the day. What have you been discussing with Andres Tarnava recently, up to this point, Ranger?
We're talking about a firearm that he identifies as his firearm. He describes the firearm to us.
My objection is that we have to take his opinion of what's said is not relevant. If something is said on the tape. My objection is that to the officer giving his opinion to what was said when the jury and we all have to take.
Your objections were, the tape is in evidence. It can be just played and you can listen to it. Or if he wants to stop it and ask the officer questions, he can do that as well.
Can I proceed, Ron?
Yep.
Thank you. Right, so Ranger Perez, you were telling us what you were discussing.
Yeah, Andres is describing a firearm to us. I question Andres about the firearm. He makes a statement that he got rid of the firearm. He indicates that the firearm was ultimately ended up in a landfill. And we kind of talk about that briefly, and he confirms, wasn't physically taken to the landfill by himself, but it was put in a trash can, and ultimately trash ends up in a landfill. So we're talking about that. Then I think we start talking about a cell phone, his cell phone.
Did he provide a brief description of what the firearm looked like?
He did.
And at this point, Ranger Pettit, had you had the opportunity to talk to other witnesses who may have witnessed the events?
Yes, we had spoken with numerous witnesses. Yes.
Was Tarnava's description of the firearm consistent with what law enforcement expected?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ask for consent to look through his phone?
We asked him for consent. Yes.
Did he provide it?
I believe he did.
Okay. So let's jump ahead. to 1 a.m., 6 minutes, 24 seconds.
You know, pretty like that. Consent to see, search, and examine your cellular device, okay? That's your name, that's my name, Bettis, okay? I've identified your cellular device here, it's a black LG, and your IEMI number that's identified unique to your cell phone, okay? You say you don't have a password, right? Okay. Can you sign right here, and then I'll sign right here, please?
Was that the consent form?
Correct. We provided him a consent form. He voluntarily signed the consent form to search his cellular device.
Okay, now let's jump ahead to 1 a.m., 10 minutes, 49 seconds.
Yeah, here. Won't say it. You gun? Is that the gun you're talking about? Yeah. That's it? Yeah. And that's what brand was it? Looks like a Jimenez Arms. You ever seen a Jimenez Arms? I don't know. Where'd you buy that?
Let me pause there at 1 a.m., 11 minutes, and 1 second, Ranger. And let me show you, if I may, Josh, 2 exhibits that the state has pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 25 and 26 for identification purposes. Ranger, would you kindly take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize what they are?
So State Exhibit 25 is a picture of a firearm, a magazine. It's lying on top of I don't know if it's a red blanket. Appears to be like on the floor in a room.
I'm not sure yet. And number 26.
State Exhibit 26 appears to be the same firearm, or similar to the same firearm. Also appears to be a male subject's hand with a possible tattoo holding that firearm within his hand.
Are these the photographs that Ranger Peters just showed the defendant on the interview video on that cell phone?
Yes, from what I recall, after signing consent, Ranger Peters started reviewing the contents of the cellular device.
Non-responsive. There was a specific question that was asked.
That's sustained. Just
Ranger.
answer his question, yes or no.
Ranger, with a yes or no, are these the pictures that Ranger Peters showed right there on that video? Right.
They appear to be, yes.
Okay. A fair and accurate depiction as you remember the pictures to be,
Correct.
and as they were extracted from Tarnava's cell phone.
Correct.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time the state would offer states 25 and 26 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel. Who are
Sure.
Let's switch over to the projection device. We may, really briefly. And let's take a look at first State's Exhibit number 25. What is this a picture of, Ranger Pettis?
State Exhibit 25 appears to be the handgun that was previously described, lying on appears to be a blanket. It's identified by the color, and it's actually got unique grips to it, wooden grips.
And State's number 26.
State Exhibit 26 appears to be the same firearm, identified by the the color of the firearm, the grips, and then it appears to be a male's hand holding it.
Okay. Are these the photographs that were shown to Andres Tarnava on the interview video that we just watched?
Correct.
And does he acknowledge that this is the firearm you guys are talking about, his firearm?
Objection, legal.
Overruled. Good answer.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ranger, why is the type of firearm and the caliber relevant in this case?
That appears to be the similarity of the firearm that was described by the other witnesses during the investigation, number one. Then the caliber of the firearm appears to be similar to or consistent with, I believe Ranger Peters had located a fired cartridge that was consistent with that kind of firearm.
Now, obviously, like we just heard, this firearm was never recovered. Is that true, Ranger?
To my knowledge, the firearm was never recovered.
And why is that?
Well, Mr. Andres, he makes a statement that it's in a landfill.
So if the firearm could never be recovered, based on your law enforcement experience, can any ballistic matching ever be concluded or performed?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's jump ahead now to 1 a.m., 27 minutes, and approximately 19 seconds-ish.
This whole time that you've been sitting here? I know you're at my house. How did you know I was at your house? I just know. Okay. They're not gonna just have me sitting in a room for a very, very long time and thinking I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna come back with a whole bunch of and unanswers. You're gonna answer for everything that y'all want to look for or whatever you found in my room or whatever. My grandma allows you in my room. Okay. That being said, you love your grandma. I see you love your grandma. Yeah, let's not go there. Okay. Okay. Let's not. I talk to your grandma today. She's a very sweet lady. Yeah. She really is. So I shouldn't get this out. The two casings that we found at your house, are those from the same gun that you showed us a picture of? Yeah. They are the same gun? That's where you were saying you shot twice? What was the reason of shooting? Just to shoot. What do you do when you have a gun? You don't do it to intimidate nobody, but you just let it out like just to hear it, you know what I mean? They just be, what do people normally have in their ranch and they fire out? They just use the fire. Sure. They don't do it just to hurt nobody, they just do it to like, hey, just shoot a gun. What were you shooting at? Nothing, just shoot at the trees. I'm not gonna hit a cow, I'm not gonna hit a suburban, I don't know how far trajectory the bullet might go, but I know it's not gonna go far because it's a 25, and the distance wise on that 4 won't go that far. Okay. But I'm still not gonna aim it at the floor, but if I know there's nothing within that range or area, yeah, I'm gonna know the 25 ain't gonna go that far. It loses trajectory, it loses every square foot, it loses out to American, so it goes down. When did you shoot the gun? When was it you shot the gun over there? Like around January. Like I said, I didn't have it that long. I got rid of it. I don't keep stuff like that on my house. That picture in your phone? Yeah. That was taken this month. I guess I took a picture of it again. Because how are you going to take a picture of it if you got rid of it January? I don't have it on my period. I don't.
Pausing there, 1 a.m., 29 minutes, 45 seconds. When did the defendant claim that he got rid of the firearm initially?
I don't recall the date, but Ranger Peters confronts him about the picture that he observed, which was shown to him, and I believe it was time-stamped after when he made the statement that he had gotten rid of it.
Okay. Let's jump ahead slightly to 31 minutes 37. Whoops.
So, and I have versions. I know that you shot that gun. Okay. And someone was struck when you shot that gun. And I have versions of how this occurred. Okay. But I want to give you the opportunity to tell me how it occurred and most importantly, why it occurred. Okay? So, remember we talked about earlier that it's a very important time in your life right now? So, it's a very important time in your life right now. So, tell me why you shot. Why did you have to shoot? I mean, take me there. I mean, why? I need to know why. You know, there's always an explanation. Everything we do in life, there's an explanation, right? Everything we do in life. I put on this tie this morning because I knew it matched my gray pants. There's an explanation for everything, right? So, let's go back to that day, okay? And I need to know, you talked about earlier about like blacking out and sometimes you do things and you're just like, remember we talked about that earlier? Did that kind of happen that day? Okay. Explain that to me, Andres. There's no taking that bad. You're right. When something is done, you're right. You can't take that back. It's unreasonable. You're right. But accepting what has been done is a very key part of that and a very key part of life. You accept that you did wrong. Everybody's done wrong. I've done wrong. Okay? But I've admitted that I've done wrong. I've accepted the consequences when I've done wrong. And I've faced whatever punishment I've had when this has occurred. Yeah. So help me explain what went down that day on this. Because everybody's telling me this, and that. But, man, I have a person right here, and I need to hear from you why this happened the way it did. Man, maybe I don't know about something. You know? Maybe you had an episode. Maybe something happened that we don't know about. You know? So take me back to that day. What happened? Take a deep breath, brother. Look, Andres. Bad shit happened, man. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. Bad shit happened. It happened. You sitting here and accepting that it happened will go a long way, and it will give me the ability to explain why things happened the way they did. That make sense? Sure. Without hearing it from you, because I just hear it from him, her, this, and we don't have the clear picture of it, you know? It's like a piece of pie. There's a bunch of different pieces, right? And all these pieces come together and they form a pie. It's going to try to fill this void of your conversation with it. But it's pretty much irrelevant that you're looking at me as a culprit, as the one that, I don't know, made money so disappear. I didn't make money so disappear. Okay, who made money so disappear? Let's talk about that. Because you're right. She's disappeared. She's gone. Right? Yeah. We know that. She's gone, man. She ain't coming back, brother. So help me explain why things happened the way they did. Was something going on between you and her? Did she do something to you that we don't know about?
I did something about grandma.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let you talk to grandma. Andres, if I tell you that I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. I've been very respectful with you. Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you something like this.
What's that?
You don't take someone's dead fucking father's ID and social security card out of a man's wallet. Period.
Okay.
After a man's deceased. Okay? So I decided to do what anybody would do, but did it. Okay?
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna let somebody just take something that preciously belonged to my father. My father didn't just die in vain. He served his country for somebody just to come like that and fucking come and take it like it's garbage and go set it across the street and play with it like it's Pokemon cards. I love my father. Just do the same thing for your father if you love him the way I did. You're not gonna let somebody or anyone come and take something that's precious to that one person and just sell it like it's trash.
So she sold it?
I don't know what she did to it.
Okay.
That pissed me off.
Okay.
Pissed me off more than enough that I didn't know that someone just coming in my life. And my father meant the world to me. Okay? I never disrespected the universe. I never disrespected anybody around me. When it came to my father was
I believe you.
everything.
I believe you.
So you're not just gonna come and take something from me and you expect that I'm gonna let it go and turn around and be like, healed like that didn't mean shit to me. I'd rather die standing like a man before I let somebody come fucking take something of my father's and throw it in the trash like it's nothing.
How did she take it from you? Can you tell me that?
It was in my dad's truck. Where is it? I go around the corner and I go around.
Hold on, I'm sorry to stop you. But what kind of truck did your dad drive? Or
4150.
F-150? Okay. So she went in your dad's truck? Okay. And what color is the F-150?
White.
Okay. So she went in your dad's truck. Okay. When was this? Do you know?
She was sitting in my truck. I went around the passenger seat. By that time, I noticed that she had took my inside my wallet. She could have took the money out of it and carried. Just took the money out of it and careless about money. She took the one thing of my father that I truly wanted to keep in memory of it. You don't take my dad's social security and ID and think I'm just gonna forget about it and let it go.
So she took both social security and the ID? And it was inside of your wallet?
In my wallet. And no, it was actually his wallet. The wallet that's in the new car now is actually my father's wallet.
Okay, so you physically saw her going in the wallet? Okay.
I was going through my wallet and it sits right there in the far corner and the ID and everything was missing.
Okay.
Of course I'm gonna know it's missing.
And you confronted her about it?
No, see, I confronted her. I asked her, did you take it? She says, no, I didn't take it. I said, well, then come to my house. So I just wanted to whoop her ass. I just wanted to whoop her ass and give her a good little taste of what she had done to my fucking ID and my dad's social security. So you want to go over there.
So you were telling her to go to your house?
Yeah, and I said, I got my burger. She already knew that I got something back for her. Don't take something from me and expect me to let you walk around laughing and praying on me. Because I'm going to die one day. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to die regardless. Anytime we do moment. But you do not take something that means so much to me that my father had suffered 4 years in the military, and he suffered very severely for his last moments. I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to him. So you think how I feel? How you think I feel? I think that somebody take my dad's stuff like it's trash.
She denied taking it. You told her to come over and you tried to lure her over because you said you had eyes for her, right? But she wouldn't come. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then,
She made it relevant that she took my dad's social security card and everything. How would you want to stay away from somebody that you know you did something to? You try to avoid them. You try to avoid
She would avoid you. How long did she avoid you for?
a long time.
Can you give me an approximate time frame? A month, 2 months, 3 months,
4 months.
4 months?
That's pretty relevant that when she made that statement, that was kind of tough, and she did have to take her stuff out of my wallet.
Did you ever find your dad's deal or social? No.
I found an extra one, it's in my wallet right now.
You have an extra one of your dad? Okay. So then,
Money does not, well, I'm going to explain to you, money is like toilet paper. You can get that anytime you want. You can make that anytime you want. You can do anything with it. But the things are,
some stuff is very sentimental to you.
yes.
I hear what you're saying.
You cannot replace it. You cannot, I cannot get my father to come back from the fire that he burned for like 3 hours or an hour and ask him up and ask my father, hey, can you give me something like this to remember you? But so everything I have with my father is precious. That's sentimental.
I hear you.
It's like that best, for instance, you're gonna pass it one day to your son or your daughter. And it's a sentimental thing.
You read my mind on this. I was about to say, when we're talking about sentimental, that badge right there is very sentimental. It's an honor to wear that badge.
But it was passed on to somebody that was probably, they wear that badge before you, and it was passed on to you.
Right about that.
You cannot get something to get replaced. So the reason why you wear that thing.
You're right.
Certain people have certain things and they keep them very intruded. You can't say that anyone in here in this whole facility doesn't have something of their past loved ones. Whether it be a ring, whether it be a string, maybe it be some old food of theirs in the house. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it costs. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It doesn't matter what it smells like. It's something that reminds them of them every day.
So is that why you were so upset and you blacked out and you had to shoot then? Is that, I mean, it seems like, well, it's not it seems, you were very, very angry about this.
Well,
To this day.
wouldn't you? I'm still angry. That's something I'm gonna let go. So I don't think younger.
So that day, I mean, you found out that she was over at Fowler? How did you find out that she was there? Did someone call you? Did you drive by? Did you get a text or?
Somebody told me that she was there.
I'm sorry?
Somebody told me that she was there.
Okay. So you got a phone call or a text?
I don't know.
A phone call. Okay. So you got a phone call. They told you, he or she told you, hey, Michael's here.
So,
And obviously, this person knew about the incident. That they say?
a lot of people knew about the incident.
A lot of people knew about her stealing those items from you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of people know not to do something like that from me. They knew how my father meant a lot to me. A lot of people knew they were either gonna get it or I was gonna fuck them up. You're not gonna take something on my father and you let you walk around and then think you're gonna have a second to say so and tell everybody that this is for that man, that man's father didn't shit to that man.
I got you. So this person that called you, can you just tell me if it's a male or a female?
Oh no.
Okay. So this male called you, he knew you were angry about what had
A
occurred?
lot of people
I knew,
knew.
okay. A lot of people knew that you were upset about this. You had already tried to lure her in several times by offering her narcotics and other items.
He doesn't real nice for her. How easy it is to get somebody with kindness. You don't have to always be rude to somebody to get what you want, even if your motives are wrong.
So that day, you got that call. Tell me what you felt. Phone rings. This young man called in and said, hey, can you kind of tell me what he said?
Aquí está.
Aquí está. In Spanish? Aquí está.
Let me pause there. After everything we just heard, Ranger Pettit, at 1:46 and 38 seconds.
Sure.
What does aquí está mean?
Aquí está is slang for someone's here, referring to a person is there, something along those lines in Spanish.
Does the conversation, to your recollection from this point forward, kind of come in and out of English and Spanish?
Correct.
And you told us during the first day of testimony that you are qualified by the Texas Rangers to use your Spanish during interrogations and your job duties.
Correct.
Okay. State will resume the video.
Y luego, march over, and then,
And stay pausing the video at 1:46:47. Further. Okay, Ranger Pettit.
Yes, sir.
State will resume the video at 1:46:47 seconds.
You happened to get away that day until me young guys estaba ahí.
so you had already gone one time, y se fue.
Se fue.
Y luego,
No sé, pues cuando la siguieron.
¿cuántas veces le tiraste?
Let me pause there. At 1:47:10. I believe you said, ¿cuántas veces le tiraste? Can you
Correct.
translate what that means?
So, ¿cuántas veces le tiratas is in Spanish I'm referring to how many times he shot.
Cuatro veces.
Cuatro.
What does the defendant reply to that question?
Andres responds by saying cuatro veces, and cuatro veces refers to 4 times in English.
Okay.
Con el mismo cohete.
Pero la pesqué no me la cara.
Let's pause there. At 1 a.m. 47:22 seconds. What did you just say?
Can you replay it one more time, please?
Sure.
Sorry about that.
Cuatro veces.
Cuatro. Con el mismo cohete.
Pero la pesqué no me la cara.
Let me pause again.
I asked Andres con el mismo cohete. Cohete is a street terms jargon for a firearm when you're referring to these kind of offenses. And Andres replies, something along the lines are similar to, until I caught her in the face, I believe he says.
So you were asking if he was using the same firearm?
Correct. I asked el mismo cohete, which is translated to the same firearm.
And what firearm are you referring to?
The previously one that was identified in the phone, the silver one with the wooden grips.
The ones we put up on the state's exhibits?
Correct, the state exhibits.
Okay. And he admitted to using that very firearm?
Correct.
And that he was aiming for her face?
I don't believe aiming, I believe he says until he caught her in the face.
Fair enough. Okay, resuming video.
¿Dónde le tiraste? En el carro. ¿Qué más?
Pause again at 1:47 and 30 seconds. What just transpired?
I asked him, ¿Dónde le tirates? Which is translating to, where did you shoot? And I believe he says carro, which is, carro translated to English is...
What the witness believes he said is not relevant. We have a tape. He's being an interpreter, but then he testifies to what he believes is being said. It either said or it wasn't said. If it's his belief, then that's speculation, Judge. We object to it.
He has an opportunity to say what the individual is saying. You can certainly cross-examine him on whether that's a belief or whether it's what the guy said, but I'll allow the question, so you're overruled.
You repeat the question, sir?
Yes, sir. What did Andres Tarnava... Well, let's display it back
Sure.
one more time.
No en esa que no me la cara. ¿Dónde le tiraste? En el carro. ¿Qué más?
Okay. What did you say and what did Andres Tarnava reply?
I asked Andres where he shot, and he replies, el carro, a vehicle.
Okay. Let's proceed.
No en esa roja. ¿Qué color era el carro? ¿Dónde estaba sentado? Verde.
Pause again. What was the exchange now, Ranger?
Andres says not the red one, and I asked him about the color, I believe, and he says a green one, a verde, that she was in the car, I believe he says.
Okay, we proceed.
¿Con cuál mano tiras? ¿La derecha o la izquierda? La derecha.
What about now, Ranger? At 1 a.m. 47 minutes 51 seconds. What did you ask Andres Tarnava?
I'm asking Andres what hand he utilizes to shoot, and he makes a movement with his right hand.
Did you confirm that he means his right hand?
If you can replay it.
Speculation. Did he confirm what he meant?
Can you rephrase the question?
Yes, Judge. Let's go back and see if he
Sure.
replies.
¿Quién está? ¿Con cuál mano tiras? ¿La derecha o la izquierda? La derecha. ¿Quién estaba en el carro con ella?
Okay.
I ask Andres which hand he utilizes to shoot, the left or the right, and he makes a movement with his right hand. I ask him the right hand, the derecha, which is right, and he acknowledges it.
Okay. What was the next question after that, Ranger? I think I paused just as it happened.
If you can replay one more time, please.
Certainly.
Rubén. ¿Mano tiras? ¿La derecha o la izquierda? La derecha. ¿Quién estaba en el carro con ella? Rubén.
Pausing again. What was that exchange?
I asked Andres in Spanish who was inside of the vehicle with the victim, and he replies, Ruben.
Okay.
Rubén corrió. Yo sé.
What does that mean?
Corrió means run in English. It's translated to run. And Andres says, yes, he ran. And then I tell him, yes, I know.
And who is being referenced as the runner?
We're referring to Ruben running.
So Ruben ran away.
Correct.
Okay.
Siempre diciendo que no hablas de él y que esto lo que no vamos a hacer. ¿Que tú eres la verdad? Pensaba eso. ¿No voy a estudiar?
wedding. Pero son 67 lanzó. La mente se le fue. De solo se le vino de tanto la ciencia, lo que hacen, la loja. También. ¿Dónde le tiraste ese cuerpo? En la cara. 4 veces.
Okay. There's a little bit of an exchange in Spanish there, but I'm only going to ask you for the last bit we just heard at around 1 a.m. 48 minutes and 41-ish seconds. What were you asking him?
I asked Andres where he shot her, referring to victim Marisol, and he says the face again.
No. ¿Dónde le pagas? Nomás una vez. ¿Y luego las otras veces? Estuvo. ¿No le pegó en el cuerpo?
What about now? What is the exchange?
I asked Andres where he struck Marisol, and he says the face, and I believe I asked him where else, anywhere else, and he says just the face.
Okay. Guess we can just let it play until 48 and about 55 seconds.
¿Qué hizo antes que le tiraste? ¿Te dijo algo? No, no. ¿Gritó? No. ¿Te dijo? No me lo sabe, no.
Let's pause there at 49 minutes and 4 seconds. What was discussed now?
I asked Andres if the victim said anything before she was shot, and he replies no. I believe he says it several times.
All right, let's jump ahead now, just a smidgen, to 51 minutes, 4 seconds.
Green, and you're inserting the green.
Close enough.
So, you burned her.
Back to English at
When
this
you
point.
burned her,
Correct.
did you have to, how many pieces did you have to cut her up into? Just cut her up. You cut her whole? Yeah.
What exchange just happened, Ranger Pettis?
It's in English at this time. We're speaking English. I asked him if he burned her, and if he cut, referring to the victim, if he cut her up, and he replies no, and I believe it says the word whole, referring to the whole body.
Why were you inquiring or asking the defendant if he had cut up the body?
Previous investigations to get rid of a body. It's common for a criminal suspect to cut up bodies to get rid of them.
Now, you told us that when you were at the Fowler Road address, you were able to see and photograph some burn barrels.
Correct.
Were you able to get a good look at them?
I did, yes.
Did they appear to be large, medium, small?
I don't believe they're the full size, which is a common like 55-gallon barrel. I believe they were a little smaller.
In your investigative experience, as well as your experience with law enforcement, do you think a body would fit in them?
It's hard to say, depending on the person, the victim.
Is that maybe why you were thinking some cutting must have
Objection,
happened?
leaving. That's sustained. Don't leave your witness.
Yes, Judge. Could it have fit someone of Marisol's size?
Possible, but the barrels were a little smaller in size.
Okay.
Okay. Can you tell me if you remember what she was wearing that day? An outfit with things stuff all day long. Was it like a pant shirt or dress, a skirt? It was like a little outfit. You don't remember what color by chance? No. Blue? Okay. Was she wearing tennies, boots, heels? La de tiempo que me robó esa área, no importa que tenía. Le puse en el ganador. ¿En tu casa? Ya. ¿En la calle de aquí? Ya. Okay.
Let me pause there. There was another switch into the Spanish language. What transpired, Ranger?
Correct. If you could replay it, it's a little gargled, but we're talking Spanish and he switches back to English. So I just need to go back to the profanity part.
Okay. Is she wearing tennies, boots, heels? Del tiempo que me robó esa área, una importa que tenía de cosas en el Senado. ¿En tu casa? No. ¿En la calle Latín? No. Okay.
All right.
I asked Andres, referring to the victim, what she was wearing during the incident. And he uses the term me vale verga, which is translated to English, I don't give a fuck. And then he refers to placing her in the, I believe he says asenador, which is a slang term for either oven, fire, barbecue pit, something like that, asenador. And then I asked him where the asenador is, where, and I said the house, and I also asked him Lucky Road, and he acknowledges it.
So la metiste en el barrel o la pusiste en el fire pit? En el barrel. Okay. ¿Qué le echaste? Aceite. ¿Morro? Straight en el barrel o la pusiste en el fire pit? En el barrel. Okay. ¿Qué le echaste? Aceite. ¿Morro? Straight morro?
Let's pause there. At 1 a.m., 52 minutes, 24 seconds. What just transpired, Ranger?
I asked Andres where he placed the victim, either in a fire pit, referring to like the land, open fire pit, or a barrel. He says the barrel. I asked him what he utilized. He says aceite. Aceite is oil. I asked him, I believe, motor oil, and I believe he acknowledges it.
Okay.
Okay. ¿Estaba solo? No. ¿Solo? No.
What about that bit in Spanish at 1 a.m., 52 minutes, 31 seconds?
I asked Andres if he was solo by himself. Solo is by himself, and he acknowledges this. I believe he says, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. ¿Y la quemaste? Was written at this point. With obvious. Well, how much do you think I felt? Well, and you say it's irrelevant. How do you think I felt? About what? About my dad's personal items. Oh, I told you that you were very upset about it. And I'm still upset about it. And I'm still gonna see her now. I'm gonna fucking fire her ass. I'm not gonna just let it go.
Ranger Perez, did the defendant appear remorseful?
He didn't appear remorseful. I asked him if he burned her, and I think he says, or he refers to seeing or frying her ass, seeing her in hell.
You not take something on my father's and mock my motherfucking dad that served the United States Marines and was a good father for me for almost 36 years of my life. And you're not just gonna throw that fucking Southern security and I did whatever the fuck you want to because my dad didn't do shit to me. But that was my world. My dad was my world. And I will do this again in 1,000 years and I'll do it again and again for my father. Because I love my father. I love my father. And I'm willing to pay high heels for it. Because I love my father. My father was the world to me. My father and nothing else mattered. Not money,
Let's pause again at 1:53. Speaking again of remorse, Ranger Perez, did we hear anything relevant towards that?
Objection, Kaufman, an opinion, Judge.
That's sustained.
Fair enough. Let's move on to 1:56:27 for the last bit from the video.
Horror, she's crazy, but she's a good woman. My grandma gave me everything that I deserved in life. And
Actually, hang on. Let me play it at 1:54:38.
it's all in vain. Sorry. Holy shit, he's healed inside everything. So one day I shut my eyes for good.
Does it bother you what you did to her?
I want you doing bother shit and anybody wants to took my fucking life.
Okay, now let's jump ahead to 56:27.
That right there is mother.
Era.
Okay, Ranger Pitt, you told us earlier that you had the duty of photographing the evidence found at the locations you searched on Follow Road.
I was tasked, yes, I took some photographs out there.
Did you also take photographs of the suspect's vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the jail?
I don't recall who took the photographs. I was present when we looked at the vehicle.
Okay. I'll show them to you just in case.
Okay.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay, first, Ranger, let me show you states 36 through 53. Can you kind of thumb through these and tell me if you recognize what they are and what they depict? And you can look at them all before you answer
Sure.
if you will. Sir.
I recognize those exhibits. Look at these now. Yes, I recognize these state exhibits.
Do they fairly inaccurately depict what they show?
Yes,
Have they been changed or altered in any way to your knowledge?
not to my knowledge, no.
And you took these photographs?
Yes, up here.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm sorry, for the record, I also showed the witness states 54 through 63. So the state would offer into evidence states 36 through 63 and tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
How long, please?
Yep. Yep.
Counsel, sustained and overruled in some circumstances. Let me, just for the record, States Exhibits 37 through 46 are received in evidence. States Exhibits 48 through 52 are received in evidence. States Exhibits 54 through 58 are received in evidence. And States Exhibits 60 through 63 are received in evidence. All right, please continue, counsel.
Yes, Judge, if I may have one moment, they got a little out of order.
You blaming me?
No, Judge. No.
You guys okay?
Step to the court for a second.
There's people in my
State Exhibit 39 appears to be a closer image, zoom-in version of a barrel.
Okay, let's skip ahead a little bit. I'm going to set these off to the side. What about stage 42?
State Exhibit 42 appears to be fire debris, possibly from the inside of the barrel. I believe the barrel's in the top portion of the picture.
So,
We had emptied out the contents of the barrel.
okay, 43.
State Exhibit 43 appears to be a wooden frame with a screen. We refer to it as a sifter. This device is commonly used in crime scene processing to sift through items of fire debris or dirt, that kind of debris field.
And 44?
State Exhibit 44 appears to be a blue tarp laid down on the floor with unknown objects that were located.
Are these the objects coming out of the sifter?
Correct.
Okay, and 45.
45 is just a zoomed out version of a blue tarp. The items that were being recovered, you can see to the left the fire debris, the fire pit area. See the sifter there, and to the right appears to be just crime scene material, supplies.
What about 46?
State Exhibit 46 appears to be the two burn barrels. You can see the tarp, the same items that were referred in the previous state exhibit. Both barrels have a crime scene marker we refer to, and they have a number identifying each barrel by the crime scene marker. And some other personnel there.
And what are they marked in this photograph, the barrels?
The barrels are identified by crime scene marker 3 and 4.
Okay, we'll come back to that. But what about stage 48?
State Exhibit 48 appears to be two paper bags that have some writing on them. Can't really read the writing from here, but sure. State Exhibit 48, two paper bags. They have a possible medical examiner's case number. They're labeled blue tarp fire pit, blue tarp barrel. This is common paper bags that we utilize to package evidence.
And Ranger, would you kindly read that medical examiner number into the record?
Each bag is identified by a Sharpie written number, and it states ME Mary Edward number 21-1606. I'll repeat, ME 21-1606.
Thank you, sir. And then let's look at stage 49.
State Exhibit 49 appears to be the blue tarp. There's a crime scene marker identifying crime scene marker number 2, and some objects that were located from the debris field.
What do these objects appear to be to you, Ranger?
They appear to be human remains.
In terms of his opinion, in terms of, excuse me, what type of remains, and if my objection out of belt, I like to take him on back out. Because if he's testifying that what type of remains, I just
No, he
want
asked
his
him-
scientific background.
He asked them what they appeared to be to him.
Period. So that's speculation in terms of if he said that it looked to be a bone, that's different.
Go ahead, you can take him on board now.
Okay.
Just answer his questions.
Sure.
Now, you just testified that they appear to be, you said, human remains. That's what you said.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do any testing on those items?
I did not.
You're not qualified to make a determination, be certain about what those items are.
I'm not. During the search, though, the Bexar County Medical Examiner's office was on scene.
Okay. So when you said that, it was based on something that they may have said, or you got from them in terms of what it could have been.
Correct. We were provided guidance by their office. Yes, sir.
So I would remove my objection, Judge, to the answer that was given in terms of what type of remains there are.
I'll overrule the objection because he said they appeared. He wasn't definitive, he said they appeared. So,
Based on information that he received in dealing with the medical examiner.
that you elicited because you went into it, so that's overruled. Go ahead, continue, Counsel.
Yeah. On States 50, do we see another one of those sifter devices?
Yes.
What about States 51? What is this?
State Exhibit 51 appears to be a packaging material commonly used for storing live cartridges or fired cartridges.
Why was a picture of this taken?
I believe that it was located there at the Fowler Road location, but due to the interview and the manner of what we believe the victim was murdered, cartridges on scene would be relevant evidence to the offense.
Okay. Were you able to determine what sort of caliber these were at any point during the investigation?
Without looking at the picture, I can't tell the caliber. I don't recall the caliber.
Fair enough, but you took it,
Correct. It was collected, yes.
Okay. Same thing on 52.
Correct. Same item. It's just identified by a crime scene marker, number 5.
I asked you earlier, Ranger Pettis, if the defendant's vehicle was photographed outside of the jail when he was taken there, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is 54?
State Exhibit 54 appears to be the suspect vehicle that he was stopped in. I believe it's a GMC Yukon, maroon color.
Okay, so we can kind of skip ahead to 57.
57 appears to be the same vehicle, just the rear portion of the vehicle.
Okay, and then 60.
State Exhibit 60 is the same vehicle, just the interior rear passenger compartment of the vehicle.
61.
61 is the same vehicle, the front passenger compartment of the vehicle.
And then we'll jump ahead to 63.
63 is the rear portion of the vehicle, the rear cargo area of the vehicle.
Okay. Was that done sort of like as a preliminary, before we search this, we're going to kind of document everything as it lay?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to this photograph here. 246. I believe, might be mistaken, but I believe earlier on I asked you if you had seen these barrels at the scene and if you knew who took custody of them from the scene from law enforcement.
Correct.
And you told us it was the fire marshals.
It was the Bexar County Fire Marshal's office, yes.
Okay. Were these barrels brought to court today?
They were,
By whom?
by the Bexar County Fire Marshal's office.
Did you receive them here in the back from them?
Along with the court reporter, yes.
Okay, so you're the last person to touch these pieces of evidence.
Yeah, I just carried them, I guess.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I ask that the witness step down and look at these two exhibits the state has put forward here. And I am looking for State's Exhibit number 100 and State's Exhibit number, 101 and 102.
Yeah, just keep your voice up, okay, if you answer any questions when you're not by the mic, okay?
Yes, sir.
I think I stepped up that. Give it a shot.
Oh, it's in her drawers.
Thank you, sir. Full mark this 101. And we'll mark this 102 for identification purposes. Ranger, would you kindly take a look inside of these exhibits and tell me if they are the same ones that were taken from the scene at Fowler Road, brought here today, and the same ones we're seeing on Space 46? Sure.
Yes, both barrels appear to be the same barrels in the photograph, labeled by crime scene marker number 3 and crime scene marker number 4.
Are you able to identify which is which? Let's start with 10, what's this? 101, over here on the right, Ranger. Which one is that?
State Exhibit 101 appears to be number 3 on the photograph. It's also labeled on the body bag here.
And what about the other barrel?
The other barrel would be the other barrel in the photograph, which is crime scene marker number 4. And I believe it's State Exhibit 100 possibly, you said?
102.
102.
Do they fairly inaccurately depict your recollection of what the barrels were like at the time?
They do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would offer 101 and 102 into evidence.
Defense?
Objection that this one judge that we still feel that the predicate for these facts hasn't been established in terms of the relevancy so we will object.
Okay. Your objection's overruled. States 101 and 102 are receiving evidence.
All right, Ranger Pettis. Earlier I was asking you about the size of these barrels, and I believe well, remind yourself, how would you describe them?
Both barrels they appear to be, like I said, a 55-gallon commonly used barrel that you see out in rural areas. They contain or stored unknown substance. As you can see by State Exhibit 46, the barrels are smaller in size. I would say between maybe a quarter to half of the normal size that it would be. You can tell they've, through my training experience, they appear to be burnt. That could have caused the size. It could have been cut, unknown.
Ranger, do the Texas Rangers assign their own case number to their cases?
Yes, we issue a file number it's referred to.
Fair enough, because we were talking about the ME number on some of those bags. That would not be the same one that you would have issued, or the Rangers would have issued.
Correct. Due to numerous agencies being involved, there's possibly numerous case numbers or file numbers that are used for reference in this investigation.
Do you recall if a unique Ranger number was assigned to this investigation, to this case?
Yes.
And I believe that would have been in your office report, but do you remember it?
I don't. It would start with the TRF or the year. It's usually a pretty long number.
Yes, sir. May I first with this one?
Yeah.
I believe we were using this last time, State's Exhibit number 11 for identification purposes. Without reading out loud from it, just kind of use it to refresh your recollection.
Yes, the Texas Rangers file number is on State Exhibit 11.
Thank you. And what is that case number, sir?
The Texas Ranger file number would be 2021 I as in Ida dash Tom Robert Frank dash 500-725-06.
Thank you, Ranger. I believe we may have addressed this before, Ranger, but just to be clear, so make sure we hit on it. The Fowler address and the Lucky Road address, were those two locations inside of Bear County?
They were, yes, sir.
And around what time of the month, date, year was this investigation taking place?
I believe it was May, the month of May.
And when was the murder believed to have occurred?
Without looking at, I don't recall.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, right?
Yeah.
I will show you State's 11. If you need to refresh your recollection,
Sure.
please.
So it appears to be the last portion of April she was last seen alive. She was reported missing the early part of May, and then I believe we initiated investigation kind of mid-May of that year.
And that year is
2021.
perfect. Thank you, Ranger. The state will pass the witness.
Yeah. Why don't you take your lunch now until 1:35, okay? Don't talk about the case, don't listen to anything, don't look it up, none of that stuff, okay? Just enjoy your lunch. All right, everybody have a seat. You would pass the ranger defense?
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Now, Ranger Fittis, at one point you were handed, for identification purposes, states, is that number 11 in the report?
Correct, yes, sir.
And I recall that you acknowledged that as your report.
It's an investigative file report. It's everything, yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that that report wasn't totally composed by you. It was composed by you and perhaps at least one other ranger.
Correct, yes, sir.
So in terms of the part of the report that and there's several pages, I believe, probably at least as many as 30 pages on that report. How many pages of that report did you actually author yourself, that you wrote up yourself?
I can check so I can brief through it.
More or less.
Approximately 8 pages. Yes.
So the majority, it's fair to say that the majority of that report was actually written by someone else.
Correct, the lead ranger, yes, sir.
And your function was to assist the lead ranger in the investigation.
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, at certain points during your direct examination, the questioning, you will sometimes use the term we.
The term what, I'm sorry, sir?
You use the term we.
We, yes, oh, yes, sir.
So, as I question you, ask you questions, I'm going to try to distinguish between if it's something that you did personally or you were attributing an answer to what someone else may have done.
Sure.
Okay. Now, in terms of your being a part of the investigation in this case, do you know what date you started? When did you get? And if you need an opportunity to refresh your recollection by looking at the State Exhibit number 11.
That's fine, sir. Yes, sir. On or about mid-May-ish when it kind of kicked off.
Now, was it a situation where you received information, say, from a higher up designating you as a second person, or did Ranger, I think Peters, request that you assist him? How did that work?
And at that time, we were both stationed in Bexar County. Normally, we assist each other on investigations. It's common. As far as to answer your question about, you said a higher up, sir?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't believe anybody in a higher ranking ranger told me go investigate this or anything like that. No, sir.
Okay. Okay. So that request would have come from Ranger Peters, or as he gets the case, you're kind of assigned to help him?
Yeah, it's common for us to brief each other on investigations that we're conducting and ask for assistance.
Now, sometimes during the time that when you first got involved in this case, do you recall whether there was a briefing that was held where you assembled officers, law enforcement officers from a lot of different agencies to kind of brief them on a course or a plan of action?
Yeah, I would say yes. There was at least one briefing, sure. I believe in this situation we use tactical. We utilize tactical teams, and common practice is we would have some kind of briefing for the operation.
So in terms of once the Texas Rangers became kind of the responsible agency for the investigation in this case, do you remember when that first briefing was held?
I don't. As far as the first briefing, I do recall that when we executed the search warrants, we had a briefing.
Okay. All right. And do you recall, would your state specific number 11, could you review it and see whether it gives you any indication of when and where that briefing was made?
Well, I know the briefing occurred prior to executing the search warrant on. Yeah.
Where did it happen on the site?
Where it happened? I don't recall where the briefing was at. Normally, when we were executing the search warrant, we utilize a nearby, safe, kind of out of the distance location to brief, but I don't recall where we had the briefing at.
Okay. Would it be reflected in your reporting?
No, I don't think so.
Do you recall the location of the briefing? Either one, anyone?
It was somewhere in southern Bexar County. It might have been at the, there's a law enforcement academy down there on IH-35. That's probably the closest, safest location we would pick. I believe it was there. Somewhere would be safe for us to assemble and brief.
And you were present at that location doing the briefing?
I was there for a short amount of time, and I remember I was mobile in my vehicle as well.
Now, in terms of who initiated the place or location, or even the fact of having that briefing, was it you or was it regular people?
I couldn't tell you who set the briefing location or anything like that. I couldn't tell you. I don't recall.
If other law enforcement agencies were notified, do you recall whether you notified them or someone else notified them?
I don't recall. We worked in conjunction together with other agencies. I don't recall who put in the initial request for the other agencies. At that time, the agencies were already involved in the investigation. You're talking about the tactical resources, or what agencies are you referring to?
Any agencies, like say Bexar County or any other agencies.
Well, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office was already involved because they're the ones that requested assistance from us. As far as the tactical aspect, normally the lead ranger, the lead investigator would put in a request.
Do you recall whether or not the briefing that you just mentioned or any other briefing occurred the same day when my client's vehicle was stopped, when he was pulling the trail there? Testify.
Yes, sir. The briefing occurred prior to that, prior to the traffic.
Same day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how many officers were there at the briefing?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't give you an exact number. I can tell you that our agency was there, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office was there, possibly the Fire Marshal's office, and like I said, there was tactical resources from I believe the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. So it was a large amount of officers because we were going to execute search warrants at 2 locations. But I can't give you an exact number, no sir. I don't recall.
Do you recall any discussions about stopping, say, my client's vehicle?
No, no specific discussions. Like I said, I was there briefly. I wasn't there the entire time. I recall being in my vehicle, and I ended up going mobile at one time as well.
But you're not sure about what time it occurred?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
Now, eventually, I believe you testified that you will call, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
You will call to the location where my client's vehicle had been stopped.
I don't believe I was called. I know I went there prior to going to the search warrant location, I believe. It was before.
So was it a situation where you headed towards the location to do your search warrant, do your search, and you just happened to pass by this vehicle on the side of the road and stop, find out what was going on?
Well, actually, yes, I believe it is on the route from where we were staging at. We were at that law enforcement center. But also, we had a search warrant for the vehicle itself. So, yes, I did stop by on the way to the Fowler Road location.
What do you mean? So are you saying that you weren't aware, were you ever made aware that the vehicle had been stopped?
Yes, they advised us that they had stopped it, yes, sir.
Oh.
Yes, we were aware.
And you went to the location
Correct. Yes, sir.
once you realized that the vehicle had been stopped?
I don't know right after we were notified, but I did go to the location of the traffic stop, yes, sir.
Would your notes indicate of what time you arrived at the location of the vehicle?
I cannot tell you, sir.
So you know for a fact it won't be in your notes?
Yeah, I don't think it's, no, sir.
When you get to the location where the vehicle is stopped, do you recall whether my client is still at that location?
I believe he was at the location. I believe he was in the back of a patrol car.
Do you recall whether you had any interaction with him?
I don't believe I did.
And you don't remember what time it was?
I don't know, sir.
Do you recall how long you stayed at that location?
Very brief, minutes probably.
A few minutes.
I would estimate, yes. I wasn't there a long amount of time, I believe.
Now, do you, in your capacity as a peace officer, do you wear a body cam?
I do not know, sir.
And body cam is not required in your agency?
I don't know about require. I do not have a body camera, no, sir.
Do you recall after you left before you left the location of where my client's vehicle was stopped, do you recall whether you gave the deputies there at the scene any instructions in terms of where they should take my client?
I don't recall about any, I don't recall any conversations that, we possibly had a conversation, but I don't recall specific comments made during the conversation with the deputies. I know that he was taken to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Did you instruct them to take him in?
I don't know if I instructed them or not, but commonly if they were under arrest in Bexar County, that's where they would be taken to.
For the booking process, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Did you give any deputies at the scene any instructions in terms of holding my client until you had a chance to speak with him?
I don't recall specific instructions, sir. Like I said, I believe that your client was already under arrest at that point. But I don't recall specific instructions on what I told the deputies.
If you had given any specific instructions in terms of, say, holding my client, instead of having him go through the booking process, holding him until you had a chance to speak with him, would you have made a note of that?
No, I wouldn't know. And if I did give any kind of instructions, probably take him to an interview room for us to speak with him. But no, sir.
Now, I believe you indicated, and you correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
In terms of your career, did you ever work for the Bexar County Sheriff?
I did, yes, sir.
And how many years did you work?
I worked at the Sheriff's Office from approximately 2009 until 2012.
And if it's fair to say, if a person is arrested, they will be taken to the jail, correct?
It depends. I mean, there's all kinds of circumstances that go to an arrest where the prisoner would be taken to.
So,
But ultimately, yes, the subject would be taken into the Bexar County Jail if they're arrested in Bexar County.
to be processed.
Correct.
And part of that process would be to see to be magistrate.
Correct.
And you're familiar with the magistration process?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that during the magistration process, that person that's under arrest will be given his or her rights by a neutral magistrate.
That is part of the process, but the subject can be also Mirandized by the arresting officer.
And I understand. Okay. But when I use the term neutral magistrate, does that have any special meaning to you?
Well, what do you mean? Can you explain what you mean by neutral? Yeah, I mean just a magistrate that at the South Tower. You mean?
Correct.
Correct. Yes, sir.
When neutral, someone that does I have, say, a stake.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Whether the person, say, gives a statement or not, give a statement, or don't give a statement. Correct.
Correct.
Now, when you left the area where a client was on the side of where you said he was in the police car, do you recall whether you left the area first or was he transported first?
I don't recall who left first.
Oh. Now, when you left the area where the vehicle was on the side of the road, Do you recall where you went to after you left that scene?
I believe I went to the Fowler Road location.
Do you recall you went to that location, approximately what time you arrived at the location?
I don't, sir. I don't.
And that won't be reflected in your notes anyway.
Correct, but when we execute a search warrant, there's normally a crime scene log, and it would reflect times and who was there.
When you received your training in the, before you became a police officer, it's fair to say that you had either classes or instructions in terms of report writing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that the purpose of the report that you write, what you would want those reports to be, in terms of your instructions, to be to have as much information on them, in them rather, as needed, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that the purpose for that is because you write a report with something that happened, say today, and 5 years later, you may need to review that report to kind of refresh the recollection of your actions, correct?
Correct.
Because it's fair to say that as time transpires, we sometimes lose details, correct?
Sure.
Don't remember all.
Sure.
Now, you go to the, I believe you testified, the Fowler location, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're involved in that search. I mean, in terms of searching that area, correct?
I assisted, yes, sir.
You assisted.
Yes, sir.
You got there were other officers there before you.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall approximately how long you were at that location with those activities in terms of searching in that area?
I do not recall the amount of time that I was there.
Was it more than 15 minutes?
Definitely, yes, sir.
More than an hour?
Sure.
More than 2 hours?
Yes, sir.
What about 3 hours?
I couldn't tell you, sir. So there is a crime scene log that documents when officers arrive, when officers leave. That's where that is documented at. I can't tell you the amount of time that I was there.
So that crime scene log that's documented, is that something that you sign in on?
Normally, we assign an officer to generate it and work the crime scene log or to document on the crime scene log. Perimeter officer.
Excuse me, sorry. And that officer would create a report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you happen to be privy to it? Would you have an opportunity to go to log to see how long you were on the location?
You're asking if I could see the crime scene log? Sure, yeah.
So you needed to know how long you were at the location, that would tell you.
Sure.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, eventually, you leave the Fowler location, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, what time you left that?
No, sir.
Was it still daylight, dark, do you know?
I don't recall.
No.
Yes.
Ranger, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant 1 for identification purpose. I'm just going to look at it and see whether are you familiar with that exhibit.
Yes, sir. It appears to be the crime scene log.
And is it the crime scene log with reference to this particular case?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Now, I want you to look at it, and then I just want you to see whether or not it refreshes your recollection in terms of any of the time or dates that you were at, say, the follow location.
Sure. Yes, I recall this crime scene log, sir.
Does it refresh your recollection, say with reference to the time that you arrived at the filer's location?
This crime scene log refers to the time I arrived on the 28th. And it shows, it's hard to read the trooper's writing, but I believe it says 8:06 a.m.
That would not have been the same day.
Correct. This search warrant process was a 2-day operation, I believe. The search warrant was executed on the 27th, continued overnight into the 28th. Sure.
So it's fair to say that if, with reference to defendant 1, if there was a...
To what? I'm sorry, sir.
With defense exhibit number 1.
Okay, exhibit 1, yes, sir.
If you went to that location on the same date that my client's vehicle was stopped, there should be an additional log of the time that you went on that prior case.
Yes, sir. So from what I recall, the search warrants were signed, executed on the 27th, same day as the traffic stop. Sometime in the afternoon, evening hours, we started the process, got nightfall, we conducted the interview, we held it overnight, we continued to work, and then we continued the following morning, which is reflected on Defense Exhibit 1.
So, it's fair to say that the following morning, which would have been, say, the 28th.
The 28th, yes, sir.
Is reflected.
Correct.
But what may have happened on the 27th of May is not reflected.
I don't see the 27th on here, no, sir. I see the 28th, yes, sir.
Can you approach it?
Sure.
So, Ranger, do you recall ever viewing the crime scene log that would show the May 27th?
I couldn't tell you.
Is it part of any evidence?
No, it's not in this exhibit, no, sir.
In your notes, I'm sorry, say exhibit number 11, do you have any references, no, not reference, do you have any crime scene logs?
I don't see any crime scene logs, but I did see a date and a time referring to the search warrant in here.
So, on May
27th.
27th, you still can't say exactly what time you responded to file. Okay.
7.3, it states that the search warrants were executed on the 27th at approximately 5:36 p.m.
You can't tell whether you were there at 5:30.
I couldn't tell you the time I arrived, sir. No, sir.
And like I said, you don't remember whether the daylight or whether...
It was the evening hours of the 27th, I remember. I remember it was hot. It was hot and the sun was still out.
Now, you said that location, and then after you leave Fowler, do you go directly to the jail or do you go to another location?
I don't recall if I went over to the Lucky Road location because the sheriff's office was processing the other location for us. But I do recall going to the Sally Port at the sheriff's office to look at the vehicle with the Rangers and the crime scene unit. And then at that point, we went into the jail to conduct the interview.
And that's the interview that we testified about today earlier.
Correct, yes, sir.
And you don't recall the exact time you got back to the sheriff's office. You got not back when you arrived at the sheriff's office.
It's the time I walked into that interview room, but prior to like going to the vehicle and stuff, no, sir.
So, is your recollection that you went to the vehicles first, correct?
I believe we went into the Sally Port to review the vehicle prior to going into the interview, yes.
During that time period, are you communicating with anyone in terms of having my client remain at a certain location until you were able to get there to talk?
I don't recall direct communication with anyone.
So it's fair to say that whatever time you got to the sheriff's department or to the jail, you didn't go to the interview room first. You went to look at the vehicle first, correct?
To look at the where, I'm sorry?
The vehicle.
Correct. We went to the evidence portion of the sheriff's office in Sally Port where the vehicle was at. Yes.
And that's reflected in some of the photographs. Those photographs that showed the vehicle that were entered into evidence earlier. Was those photographs taken the same day?
I think it was taken on the course of 2 days. I think a lot of those photographs were taken both on the 27th and the 28th.
And you were there both times?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, once you arrived at the sheriff's department, do you recall how much time you stayed out examining or looking at the vehicle before you went inside?
I do not. Can I give you an estimated time that we reviewed the vehicle?
Now, when the exhibit that was shown with reference to the interview was shown, I believe it's kind of like just a short period, then they show, and I believe you reviewed it, they show you walking into the interview, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Do you know of your own personal knowledge whether that was the original interview room where my client was placed?
I believe he was moved, because in the interview you hear him something about another room. I wasn't there, but I am aware that in that sheriff's office there is 2 interview rooms. It's the older portion of the front end. I believe he was in another room.
So your recollection is that you believe that you may have been in another room, correct?
Yes.
So there were, on your direct examination, there was some question about the room that he was in when you walked in, but I don't believe that you made mention anything about him actually being in another room prior.
Correct. The interview was conducted in the room where I walked in.
Do you recall ever seeing a part of the video which shows my client in another interview?
No, sir. Just that video.
And to the best of your recollection, when you arrived to start the interview, like what we saw on the video, do you recall ever being informed that there was another room that he was in?
I don't recall. I did hear the statement though in the beginning of the interview where he says something about another room.
Were you ever instructed or given information that, say, maybe another room didn't have the same, say, comfort level, or that room perhaps wasn't air conditioned or anything like that?
I didn't enter another room, sir. I don't know anything else about the other room. I conducted the interview in the room that's on the video.
Now, when you got to the room,
Sure.
it's on the video, was there an officer standing out or sitting out in front of that room?
I believe yes. I would say yes. There was an officer there because it's a secure facility. Yes.
Do you know whether that officer was one of the officers that you saw at the location where my client's vehicle was stopped?
It's possible it might have been one of the same officers. Yeah.
You know that?
I don't know who the officer was.
Do you recall having any conversations with that officer that was in front about any of the accommodations that my client may have been subject to prior to you getting?
I don't recall if I did. It's possible I had a conversation with the deputy. It had to be a deputy as we were at the sheriff's office, but I don't recall any kind of direct communication that I had with a deputy there.
So, it's clear as you review your video and you testify, I believe that initially when you come into came into the room that you were, you along with two other officers, correct? A ranger and someone else.
Correct, there was a total of 3 people in the interview room. Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that when you came into the room with some water, actual water for my client.
Correct.
Was that something that you just automatically do, or was it based on maybe some information, or that's just something you customarily do, go in the room, bring your water with you?
I commonly provide food and drinks to subjects or people I interview, yes. It's common for me to provide someone a bottle of water or some food, even a cigarette sometimes when I interview people.
Now, do you, as you mentioned in the video itself, you said that you want to tell the person why you're there, correct? Or is that a part of the technique that you use in terms of going, you're going to do an interview, you tell them why you're there? The reason for you wanting to talk to them?
Correct. We explain the ongoing investigation to whoever we're interviewing, yes.
But that's not something that you do initially. As soon as you walk in, you don't tell them specifically what you want to talk to them about.
Different police officers, investigators utilize different techniques when interviewing or speaking with people.
So these techniques, that's something that you learn or you're taught in the academy?
I've attended trainings to include interview and interrogation and speaking with people, yes. I have training background in that, yes, sir.
In terms of training to take statements, is that something that you do maybe over the course of your employment, in terms of that something that you refine those skills, or is that like a one-time deal? You take a half-an-hour course about taking interview techniques, and that's it?
I don't believe it's, well, it might be mandated through TICO now, but it's not required that you take them like every year if that's what you're referring to, but to be a criminal investigator, it's recommended that you take some kind of interview or interrogation course or training to obtain statements, yes.
So there's techniques that you taught, correct?
You attend training for interviewing, yes, sir.
Sure. And it's fair to say that some of that training instructs you, say the maybe advantages or the different ways to get the ultimate thing that you want to do in terms of you want to get a statement, correct?
I want to find out the truth, yes, sir.
You want to get a statement.
What, can you repeat your question, sir?
You just said that you just said that when you question, you want to get the truth.
That's, yes, we're trying to obtain the truth when speaking with people.
Do you ever tell them, did you say when you were doing the statement, I just want to get the truth from you? You ever tell them that?
Without looking at the video, I don't recall if I made that statement, that's true.
Now, in your training in terms of getting statements, taking statements from individuals, you're trained in in techniques that sometimes suggest that you could actually lie to the individual to get a statement.
Did you say
You don't
it
always have to
suggests?
tell them the truth to get a statement.
You're saying that training in law enforcement suggests that? Is that what you're saying, sir?
This that gives you that option to, you could actually not tell them the truth to get a statement from them.
Yeah, at no point during the interview did I make a lie to Andres. No, sir.
So your testimony is that in terms of training, you were never instructed that you could say, tell a witness or person that being interviewed that you have certain information that kind of connects them in order for them to give you the statement, even if you do not have that information.
I mean, there's all kinds of trainings that go into interviews and techniques that go into interviewing people. Without a specific training that you're referring to, I can't tell you what that training says. No, sir.
As part of your methods is to try to get them to talk about something, anything, get them talking, right?
Well, sure. I mean, during the interviewing, you want to establish that communication, continue the communication to obtain the information. Yes.
Now, say you, in this case, you read the memorandum, the part two, correct?
Correct.
And I believe maybe maybe 5 or 6 lines that you read to them on the card, correct?
I couldn't tell you how many lines it is, but yes, Miranda is read. Yes, sir.
And as you read the line to them, do you ever explain anything about the line that you read to them? When you say, well, you have a right to an attorney, do you, after you read one line, do you ask them whether, do you understand that?
After I read each individual Miranda line, I ask Andres to provide a verbal answer to indicate yes, that he understood, or no, he understood. I also asked him to nod his head, yes or no, if he didn't understand. So yes, I do ask if they understand it. Yes, sir.
Prior to reading Miranda to them, do you ask them whether or not they've been mistreated by anyone?
Every case is different.
I'm talking about in this case.
In this case, yes, sir. When I walked into the interview, one of the first things I asked Andres was if he was okay, I believe, when I provided him the bottled water. Specifically, you're asking if I asked him a certain thing? Is that what you're saying, sir? I asked him if he was okay or if he needed anything, I believe, when I walked into the room. And he didn't make me aware of anything at that point.
Okay. Even based on the tape, did he mention to you something about being in a room a long time?
I don't know about it's possible he said long time. He did advise about being in the room, yes.
Oh.
And we estimated the amount of time that he was possibly in that room.
So you say you estimated it?
When the state asked me, yes, sir.
Okay. But during that time when you were talking to him, did you estimated or do any follow-up questions to him in terms of how long he had traveled in sitting in that?
I did not ask him any. No, sir.
And it's fair to say that based on your recollection, you're not, or are you sure that he had been placed in another room and then he had to be placed in the room that you interviewed him into? And whether there was a reason why was he moved?
I
Ask anybody about that?
I don't know, sir, and I do not. I don't have any knowledge of that. No, sir.
You didn't ask him about it?
I did not ask anyone. No, sir.
You testified on the record examination that it appeared that my client may have been asleep for when you were reviewing the tapes, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did you, and I'm not sure if I asked the question, did you review the tape from the first room, if there was a first room?
No, sir.
And you can't testify in terms of how long you made, if there was a first room, how long he had been in it.
I cannot. No, sir.
Can't testify whether the first room temperature was, say, 90 degrees inside. You don't know, correct?
I do not have access to the temperature in a room in the jail, sir. No, sir.
Now, it's fair to say that my client wasn't free to leave that room, was he?
He was not. He was in custody. Yes, sir.
And if, say for instance, he's in the room waiting 6 hours, fair to say he just has to wait, correct?
Can you ask your question again, please?
So if he's in the room,
Sure.
5-6 hours, because you or one of your colleagues feel you want to get a statement, he just has to wait till you get it.
Well, ultimately, yes. I mean, we were busy, tied up with other things. We wanted to speak with Andres. So ultimately, yes, he had to wait in the interview room until we completed the other tasks to go speak with him. We didn't intentionally just put him in the room to sit there for hours. We were tied up with other tasks. But yes, ultimately, Andres had to wait in the room. Yes, sir.
Your Texas Rangers, you have the ability to get other Rangers to help you, correct?
Correct.
So if you wanted to, you could have got someone to assist, and you could have gone in and attempted, say, 3, 4, 5 hours early, get a statement, if you wanted to.
In this investigation, we actually did request other Rangers to assist the investigation. Primarily, commonly in criminal investigations, the lead Ranger is usually requested to conduct an interview or the interrogation due to him having knowledge and case facts of the investigation. In this case as well, it involves Spanish, so that's why I went in there with Ranger Peters. But yes, to answer your question, yes, sir, another ranger, yes, could have conducted the interview, but specifically in this case, due to me and Ranger Peters having the case knowledge, having the case facts, we felt it was best for us to conduct the interview.
Say when you were doing your investigation in reference to vehicle, you're at the jail, but you don't go straight to interview. You start doing your investigation on the vehicle, correct?
Correct. We had a search warrant for the vehicle. Sure. Yes.
And that search one doesn't expire in an hour, correct?
No, sir, but there could be evidence inside of that vehicle that we would want to obtain, view, collect, secure prior to conducting an interview. So yes, we felt it was best to go look at the video or look at the vehicle first prior to going into the interview.
So the priority was to do a search warrant at the location, conduct search of vehicles, and then leave the interview for last, correct?
I don't know about priority. That was the order that was conducted, and like I said, there's a reason why we did it that way, to locate any evidence, review any evidence, collect any evidence prior to conducting the interview. Yes, sir.
Now, and all that's done, and my client doesn't go through the booking process, doesn't go to a judge. They just wait until you get everything done, then you go. Right? That's what happened in this case.
Correct. Yes, sir. We did interview him before he saw the magistrate. Yes, sir.
Now, during the interview, there came a time when Spanish was called, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I believe part of your testimony was that you were, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you were kind of used because you were a Spanish speaker. Is that?
There was some Spanish-speaking subjects involved in the investigation. Yes, sir.
Did you receive indication that my client didn't speak English?
I don't know about specifically your client, but I knew that there was Spanish-speaking subjects, but no.
But my question, did you receive information that my client didn't speak English?
I don't recall any specific information, no.
Now, you testified that in your work, in your capacity as a ranger, you're certified in terms of interviewing in Spanish.
Correct.
Now, that certification that you get, was that a certification that you got from some type of educational institution? Did you go to college to get that certification to translate?
I believe educational and training. I attended Spanish in high school. Also, during the Texas DPS Academy in Austin, Texas, I went through a certification process where I actually had to take an exam. I believe it's through a third-party company, where you actually have to take an exam to pass the exam, and then you're certified as a bilingual. You're also actually given a stipend for your language skills through DPS. So yes, sir, I am certified to the Texas Department of Public Safety as a bilingual employee and certified to speak Spanish. Yes, sir.
Certified to speak Spanish.
Correct.
Are you certified to interpret, say, in a courtroom?
Well, to speak Spanish, I mean, you have to interpret when you're speaking with a person.
My question to you, are you certified to, say, translate in a courtroom?
I don't know specifically about courtroom, but I am certified through the Texas Department of Public Safety, speaking Spanish, translating Spanish, interviewing in Spanish, and utilizing the skills to speak Spanish as my normal job duties. Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that even in Spanish, there are different dialects, correct?
That's correct.
A person in Guatemala, they speak a different dialect from someone in Puerto Rico, correct?
Sure, and I don't believe Andres is from either country.
Well, I did not ask that question.
Yes, sir.
I only asked you a question, different dialects, right?
Yes, there is different dialects of Spanish. Yes, sir.
So in your education, do you get the certification in all the different dialects?
I can tell you the different dialects. Yes, sir.
Now, I approach it. Yeah. Now, during the course of your direct examination, there were photographs of items taken from various locations. Any of the items that you talked about, say the barrels, you know, like you were you a part of the crime scene process of collecting any of these items?
As far as the barrels itself, I believe the following day on the 28th, part of our crime scene response team responded. Specifically, the barrels. I don't recall who packaged them. I don't. I believe actually it was the fire marshal's office once they released them to them.
So it's fair to say the answer to my question is no. You weren't a part of the collection process.
No, sir.
You also testified that when there was a reference made, reference to what could possibly be human bones.
I'm sorry, could you speak up?
Human bones. And just want to make clear, you didn't do, did you do any testing on anything like that?
No, sir.
And even when you testified about the Google map that was shown to the jury, you don't work for Google. You don't do mapping, do you?
No, sir. I believe you asked me that. I don't work for Google, no, sir.
I'll pass with this.
State.
The state has no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Thank you, Ranger.
Release,
Take care of
sir.
yourself. You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Judge.
Take care of yourself.
I'm going to pass this exhibit.
Got any,
Was that your?
short witnesses? Not,
Yes, sir.
not in stature, but in,
I do, Your Honor. The next one should be relatively
you
brief.
guys okay to go one more and then we'll take a break, or you all right? You sure? Okay, let's do one more then. Thank you,
Your Honor,
counsel.
the state calls Dr. John A. Cervello.
All right, fair enough. Have a seat, sir. Good afternoon. Comfortable?
Yes,
Raise your right hand for me. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
All right, thank you, sir. That microphone moves, so make sure you talk into it so these folks can hear you, all right? Go ahead, state.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Cervello.
Afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is John Cervello. I'm a senior forensic anthropologist with the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification in Fort Worth.
All right, let's take those in pieces. What does it take to become a, what was your exact job title again, sir?
Senior forensic anthropologist.
A senior forensic anthropologist. I imagine you have to be an anthropologist first.
That is correct.
What does it take to become an anthropologist?
So I started out, you want me to go to the beginning and then
Yes,
move
sir.
forward? Okay. I did my undergraduate study at the University of Texas at Austin, got a bachelor's in anthropology there, and then went to the University of North Texas in Denton, eventually pursued a master's of science in biology under an anthropologist working at that university, and then subsequently got my PhD in biology working in that same lab. Then once I got my PhD, applied to sit for board certification with the American Board of Forensic Anthropologists.
Yes, sir. This may be
Number of
this may
years.
seem like a pretty basic question for a doctor of your experience, but what is anthropology?
Anthropology or forensic anthropology?
Anthropology first.
Anthropology broadly can be considered the study of man or study of humanity, and there's multiple facets of that. Depending on which anthropologist you ask, you're going to get a lot of different answers.
All right, so narrowing down, what is forensic anthropology?
So within forensic anthropology, what we do is we take specialized training in physical or biological anthropology, mainly the study of the human skeleton and osteology, and we apply that training to some question or medical legal interest. So typically we're involved in the analysis of skeletonized or badly degraded, burned, decomposed human remains, sometimes full bodies, but often skeletal material.
After sitting for your board certification in forensic anthropology, what did you do as a career?
So this entire stretch, I started at UNT in 2005 as a grad student, and so I've been employed continuously there at various different degrees since about 2007. But I've been doing casework under supervision since roughly 2011, and then beginning in 2018, or not following the completion of my certification in 2020. That's when I was elevated to the senior position, I think in 2021. But it's doing primarily skeletal analysis in the lab.
Understood. And is skeletal analysis something that you've done your entire career as a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
And in the 10 years you did that, between 2011 and 2021, how many cases approximately did you work where you would identify skeletal remains?
From late 2010 through May of this year, I've looked at, I have it here in my folder, 977 reports, of which 80% of them roughly are forensically significant remains.
I understand. So is forensic anthropology accepted by the scientific and forensic communities to be accurate?
Yes.
Are you an expert within that field?
Yes.
All right. And did you work a case back in June of 2021 in which you employed those skills?
Yes, I did.
Yes, sir. I'm going to, may I approach you?
Yeah, you can.
I'm going to show you first what I've marked here as State's Exhibit 33. Is this a report you prepared as you worked that case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And who did you receive this case from?
This case was submitted to our lab by way of the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. Does there appear an agency case number on that report?
Yes.
What is that agency case number?
2021-1606.
Okay, 1606. And does there also appear an additional case number immediately below it?
Yes.
What is that case number?
2021I-TRF-5007-2506.
One moment, Your Honor. I'm showing you here, I'll projector first and I'll bring it over to you, a photograph that has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 48. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring it to you because I'm going to need you to look close. You see a case number appearing on the top of that bag.
Care my glasses.
Of course.
Yes.
What is that case number?
ME 21-1606.
Now, absent the initial 20 of the 2021, is that the same as the case number appearing on your report?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. When Dr. Molina contacted you and asked you for your assistance forensic anthropologist, did she send you any physical items to review?
Yes, she did.
May I approach? Yes. Showing you what I've marked is State's Exhibits 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. Could you briefly take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize these.
Are these the items that you reviewed in this case?
These are the items.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict those items?
Yes, they do.
Now for State's Exhibits 27 through 32.
Who approach it?
Yep.
Yes.
You look through these. What do we see in State's Exhibit 27?
So we have some fragmentary, some fragmentary bone. The bottom left corner, that's a non-human bone fragment that was received. That's probably part of the cow rib. We've got everything here is bone. The pieces that are in the plastic tray are fragments of bone that I said were of indeterminate origin. I know that they're bone, but I don't know whether or not they're human or non-human. There's not enough material there. And then the three pieces that are by themselves under the scale are consistent with being portions of vertebrae, of the arch portions that the ribs attach to, but there's not really enough there to say whether or not, I can't exclude human, but I wasn't going to say they were for sure human.
Okay. And then we'll look at some other of these as they become relevant to our discussion.
Okay.
Now, as a forensic anthropologist, how do you go about identifying the origin of bone matter once it comes to you?
So bone in and of itself has, human bone's going to have characteristic shapes, and I specialize in human skeletal material. And so there's a lot of variability. You see pictures of it in books, but not everybody is going to be shaped exactly the same. So looked at lots of skeletons. Bone itself, typically, depending on which bone you're looking at, you're going to have a harder outer portion of the bone called the compact bone. And then on the inside, you've got some spongy bone. And so we look for, you might have little openings where blood vessels and nerves pass through. So it just has a very characteristic look. And then you need to be able to differentiate human versus non-human is a big question as well. So.
And are those theories and techniques you just described to this jury appropriate theories and techniques within the field of forensic anthropology?
Yes.
Did you properly apply them in this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, the State offers State's Exhibit 33.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Cervello, we're going to take a quick look at your report here in this case. It's forensic anthropology report. Does your name appear here on the front page?
Yes, it does.
All right. And do those other identifying items that we talked about earlier appear?
Yes, I do.
Here on the first page, do we see the description of the items that you received in this case?
Yes.
Do we see who you received them from and how the case originated?
Yes, we do.
Now here on the second case, page 204, what do we see?
Final disposition of the material after I released it from our lab back to the main part of the center.
Okay. We see as well here a summary, correct?
Yes.
Does that summary contain your conclusions in this case as to the origin of these bone fragments?
Yes, it does.
What are your conclusions?
That the submitted material consisted of thermally altered bone fragments, one represented part of a left human clavicle, and one was consistent with a fragment of femur shaft, unsighted femur shaft, and then some other bones have been determined in origin.
And I see a second item here on the summary opinion. What is the second item?
Those are the bones that I submitted to send to the DNA lab.
Okay. So is that left clavicle and unsighted femoral diaphysis?
Shaft diaphysis.
All right. And you testified about the identity of these bones in States 27 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
What bone is shown here in this photograph in States Exhibit 28?
This represents part of a, let me take my glasses back off, part of a left clavicle. So this is collarbone, left lateral part. So this out here, the knobby part you can feel in your shoulder.
Is States Exhibit 28 human in origin?
Yes, it is.
States 29?
And that is the piece of shaft cortex, and morphologically it looks like it comes from the shaft of a femur. There's not enough there to say left or right, but everything about it is consistent with a human femur.
Okay, and am I correct in understanding that 28 and 29 were the two items you sent for further DNA testing?
That's correct.
And then the rest, here, States Exhibit 30, what is this?
That's the left clavicle fragment. On this image, you're looking at it from the underside. The first one was looking down on top.
Here states 31.
And then here we're looking, the fragments that are all inside the plastic tray they are bone, they're thermally altered bone, but they're of indeterminate origin. They're just small fragments of bone. To the right, that top dark colored piece is that piece of femoral shaft, and then the piece below is the piece of left clavicle.
And doctor, are these two bones in a typical condition to receive, that you would receive bones in?
No, they're not.
What differences are there between these bones and as you would typically receive them?
So for one, they're highly fragmentary. There's not a lot of material to look at, but the other issue is that they're thermally altered. They've been exposed to heat.
Okay. Moderate heat, extreme heat, what kind of heat are we talking?
I would leave it as just saying they've been exposed to heat for probably an extended period of time to where the tissues overlying it have been burned away and the bones started to be exposed. The small gray colored fragments for a longer period of time, they're more burned.
Here finally states 32.
And these are the three pieces of probably parts of vertebrae, but there's not enough there to say that they are, I can't exclude human origin, but I'm not going to say that they are human.
Okay, so unlike the previous two that we looked at, you cannot conclusively state that it's your opinion that these are human.
That is correct.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Counsel?
Now, doctor, with reference to your, say, analysis of items, these items were sent to you via FedEx, or did someone actually handed you these items?
If I remember correctly, and I have a copy of the chain submission form in here. Can I look at that before I?
To help you refresh your recollection.
Just to make sure I don't get anything backward. But if I recall, these were shipped. They were shipped from the Bexar County Medical Examiner to our evidence unit in Fort Worth, and they should have come by FedEx. They came by FedEx. And then I picked them up from the evidence unit and transferred them to the anthropology lab.
So in terms of, you can't testify of your own personal knowledge as to where these fragments came from, correct?
No, sir. You mean on the recovery?
But in terms of where they were actually recovered from?
No, sir.
So, you get these items and you have to actually sign for them, correct?
When I transferred them from the evidence room, they were signed over to me, yes.
And at that point, you take custody of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said that you would deliver those to your laboratory?
Yes, sir. Our lab at this point was still located on a separate campus where all of us are in Fort Worth now, but at the time, the anthropology lab was located 40 miles away in Denton, and then the rest of the Center for Human ID was located on the Health Science Center campus in Fort Worth. So what we would do is pick cases up from the evidence unit, transport them to the anthro lab, and then sign them in over there.
Now, once, in this case, you retrieve these items, in terms of the personnel that's involved in any type of investigation or any type of analysis, and those types of things, is done by you, or is certain things done by other individuals that work with you?
Generally speaking, on something like this, it was, since there wasn't that much material to look at, I handled all the analysis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you did all the work yourself?
Yeah, except for the review. All of our reports get reviewed by another lab member, and so, and I can't remember if it was, I think it was Mark that reviewed these. I need to look at my report, but after we've completed our analysis and before the final report goes out, we go through a review with another lab member, and so they'll look at the material. They don't do a reanalysis, but they'll look at the material to get a general feeling to see if they're in agreement with our findings.
Okay. Now, your analysis on these items, was a situation that you completed the analysis in one day, or did it take a longer period of time to actually develop and do the analysis on these items?
So on this particular one, and again, if I can, I'd like to refer to like my timeline before I give a definitive. Can I do that? Or? Okay. So,
And you can't actually read from it,
No.
but you can look at it, and then if it refreshes your recollection, you
Okay.
can tell.
so in this case, my actual analysis and report were written over the course of a couple of days. Remains were transported from Fort Worth to Denton. They sat on the evidence shelf for a couple of days, and then I pulled them out and did basic inventory of what was present, photos, x-rays, and then generated a short report. The amount of time that goes into case analysis is variable, but there wasn't really a lot of material to look at here. So,
So you take the x-rays yourself,
yes, I did.
and do you read the x-rays yourself? Like a radiologist would read, do you read them yourself?
I'm not a radiologist, but I'll look at the x-rays myself, yes, but I'm not a medical doctor.
Now, in preparation for doing your analysis, is part of those analysis something done with, do you apply anything like chemicals and tools to get reactions, something like that? Or basically is it just a visual thing, just looking?
Generally speaking, we don't. In some cases, like with burn material like this, we will try and, like if you have fragments, you'll try and figure out how they fit together. And if we can, we will re-articulate them. I usually use water-soluble glue, but that wasn't anything that I did in this case because we didn't have fragments that would re-articulate. This was just a visual inspection.
Okay, so it's basically a visual inspection.
And radiographic.
Is it something that, say, you view it through some type of sophisticated microscope, and it blows things up, say, 1,000,000 times, and you view it that way, or basically just by looking at it from your regular vision?
This is basically gross inspection, looking at it with my eyes, and then under magnification, not high magnification, but we have lamps at our workbenches that have a built-in magnifying glass. And then I also have a hand magnifier, and so those are typically the tools we use. We do have a microscope, but it doesn't go anywhere near that high, and I didn't use it in this case.
And we're not talking about a situation where hate to use the term where AI kind of helps and they do some of the analysis and then you put things into the computer and you get an answer. We're not talking about that type of situation.
No, sir.
So this is your training, your eyes, you look at them, you review them, and then you make your finding, correct?
Correct.
Now, from time to time, doctor, you would say that an item was consistent with something. And do you distinguish something that's consistent with something that's different when you say, hey, I know for a fact, 100% sure that this item is a certain thing? Is there, could you kind of help us with if there is a difference?
So in this case, I'm guessing it's difference between saying this is human clavicle versus consistent morphologically with. When you're looking at bone and you're trying to identify human, non-human, the things that you really want to see are the ends of the long bones, in which case I didn't have it on that femur. I had part of an end on that clavicle, and so I feel very confident about that. On the femur, everything about that looks like human femoral shaft. The only other thing that I could thought about was maybe arm bone, humerus, but the cortex is too thin, so it looks like femur. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but there's not enough for me to definitively say absolutely femur, I guess, but everything about it suggested femur to me. Felt comfortable putting that in the report. Human femur, sorry.
So when you say you feel confident,
Or I feel confident, sorry, putting that in the report. Yeah.
it's like that commercial, is it 90% comfortable, 80% comfortable? If you had to put a numerical value to it, less than 100% comfortable?
I don't know if I can necessarily put a numerical value to it, but if I was not confident in calling it human femur, I would have said cannot exclude human femur, like I did with the vertebral fragments. I'm confident that it's human femur.
In terms of your profile, your examination, you're not able to say the age of the actors.
No, sir, I cannot.
Are you able to tell whether the sex of the actor?
Not with this material, no.
No further questions.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Take care of yourself, all right?
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your afternoon break, okay? All right, for the jury. I just say have a seat? What the? All right.
Just don't listen.
Right? Call your next witness.
The state calls Ankita Patel.
Why don't you have a seat first, get comfortable, all right?
Thank you.
All your paperwork and all your stuff there, all right? And then I'll swear you, all right? You good?
Yes,
All right,
thank
nice to
you.
see you again. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, that microphone, as you know, will move so you can get it closer to you so they can hear you. Go ahead, state.
Ms. Patel, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ankita Patel, Ankita, last name Patel, Patel.
What do you do for a living?
I am a senior forensic DNA analyst in the Missing Persons Unit at the UNT Center for Human IT.
How long have you been a forensic DNA analyst?
Since 2017.
What year was that?
2017.
17, all right. What is forensic DNA analysis?
So forensic DNA analysis consists of us performing different types of tests depending on the type of sample that we have available. So we're looking at the genetic components of it and trying to determine or trying to develop DNA profiles from different samples.
What kind of educational background do you have to have to be a forensic DNA analyst?
So I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in molecular bioscience, and I have a Master of Science in forensic science. And both of these have courses in genetics, molecular biology, statistics, as well as biochemistry. And these are actually the core courses for a forensic DNA analyst position.
After you got your master's, what sort of specialty training would you get in the specific field of forensic DNA analysis?
So I worked at a few different labs prior to working at my current employment. But with my current employment, I was required to have an extensive training program. So this just involved observing different analysts as well as technologists that were qualified in the different lab protocols that we have, and watching them perform all of different techniques, and then practicing those on my own on test samples, and then performing practice data analysis as well, and then finally taking a competency exam in all of these different areas so that I could independently perform casework.
Who is your current employer?
The University of North Texas Center for Human Identification.
How long have you been with them?
Since 2017.
All right. Who did you work for before that?
So prior to that, I was employed at an embryology clinic as an embryologist. And prior to that, I was employed at Cellmark Forensics as a forensic technologist.
All right. And during your entire career, how many times would you say you've been involved in forensic DNA analysis?
So in total, it's probably been approximately 10 years combined.
How many cases have you worked in 10 years?
Probably thousands of cases.
Is it fair to say you're pretty familiar with the subject of forensic DNA analysis?
That is correct.
Have you worked in all kinds of different cases?
Yes, I have.
And during the course of your career, have you had occasion to learn the kind of effect that post-mortem damage can have on DNA analysis?
Yes, so based on just the different types of samples that we receive and the type of data that we obtain from those samples, we have noticed differences in some of the data that we have seen.
Okay. Have you experienced samples that have been subject to thermal damage before?
Yes, we have.
All right. And in your experience, and according to your training and education, what sort of impact can thermal damage have on your ability to obtain a DNA sample?
So any type of excessive heat, even any type of excessive humidity or water damage, anything that's been exposed to the elements can often cause the DNA to degrade. And so that can result in, or that can affect the type of results that we get from those samples.
And are those effects greater with greater degrees of thermal damage?
So for something like that, that's not completely something that we have looked into or that I could testify to exactly because each sample is different. We can only say whether or not we get results from a sample or not.
Okay, so you need to talk about specific samples to be able to reach any firm conclusions.
Yes, specific case samples.
All right, well, did you work a case back in 2021 within June for the Bear County Crime, or Bear County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, we did.
All right, when you worked that case, did you prepare a report?
Yes, so I was actually a technical reviewer of the report, but I did review that report.
Okay, but were you able to review all of the underlying data that was used to create the report?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to review the techniques and procedures that were used by your coworkers in order to generate that report?
Yes, I did.
All right, and when that report was generated, were all of the equipment that your lab used to extract DNA in proper working order?
They were.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
Showing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 104. Can you take a look at that briefly? All right, and I'm going to have you compare that to State's Exhibit 33. There's an agency number in past case numbers on State's Exhibit 33. Does that number appear on State's Exhibit 104?
Yes, it does.
Okay, what number is that?
So there are two case numbers. The first one is 2021-1606.
Okay.
The second one is 2021 I-TRF-500-7250506.
Okay. And both of those numbers appear here on State's Exhibit 104?
Yes, they do.
All right. And the second number you read, what type of case number is that?
So this was the case number that was provided to us. That was the Texas Rangers case number.
Okay. And the medical examiner's case number, was that the first one?
That's correct, 2021-1606.
Is there also a case number created by the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification that is assigned to cases?
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Does that same number appear on both State's Exhibits 33 and State's Exhibit 104?
Yes, it does.
All right. Is that case number unique to every case that the University of North Texas works?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the State offers State's Exhibit 104. Yep. looks like there were 2 items that this report relates to. Can you tell me what those 2 items are?
Okay, so for the first item that we designated with our own unique UNT case number, 21-0664.1, those were the samples that were received directly from the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, and those were described as being, they were 2 envelopes containing what was labeled with possible human remains.
Okay, and where did you the UNT receive these items from?
Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. Did they come to you first, or did they go to another scientist first?
So these first went to our anthropology unit, and then they came to the DNA unit.
Do you know who the anthropologist was?
Yes,
Who was it?
John Sevilla.
All right. And could you identify what type of remains were tested in this case?
Yes, so there were 2 samples that we received from our anthropology unit. We tested the first one, which was described as a human left clavicle fragment.
Okay, and the second?
The second was described as a likely human femoral fragment, unsighted.
Did you see those items when you were conducting your review?
I did.
Okay. I'm showing you States Exhibits 28 and 29. These have already been admitted. Are these photographs of those 2 bone fragments?
Yes, they are.
State off for States Exhibit 104.
Any objection now, sir?
Okay.
All right, State's Exhibit 104 is received in evidence.
May I publish?
Yeah.
Before we get into too much detail on States Exhibit 104, I'd like to skip to the end. And we here have a section for 21-0664.2a, which I see is the human clavicle fragment, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the item pictured on States Exhibit 28.
That's correct.
What was the results of your DNA testing on this bone?
So we do 2 types of DNA testing. The first is what we call autosomal DNA testing, and that's just the traditional type of DNA testing that most people are familiar with. For that DNA testing, we did not obtain any results from that sample.
Okay. And the second, the mitochondrial testing. Were you able to obtain any results through mitochondrial testing?
So the mitochondrial DNA testing results were a mixture, and so we report those as no results.
Okay. What does it mean that they were a mixture?
So a mixture means that there is just more than one individual present, and with the type of samples that we process, we only expect there to be a single source, so a single person.
What can cause there to be a mixture of DNA results on bone fragments?
So usually when there's a mixture, that informs us that there's just some form of contaminant that may be present. That could arise from the bone itself, that could arise from any type of plastic wear or any handling. And so as a result, because that's not the type of results that we're expecting, we cannot report those, and at the same time, we cannot make any type of comparisons either.
If a bone were mixed with a number of other similar bone fragments, would you expect contamination to be a potential result?
So it depends on the type of DNA that you're looking at as well. With mitochondrial DNA testing, mitochondrial DNA is a little bit different to the traditional DNA. It's DNA that is not unique, and so if there's a mixture of 2 mitochondrial DNA profiles that are the same, we may not be able to detect that because they share the same profile. But with STRs, you would be able to detect a mixture. If for mitochondrial DNA they are 2 different individuals from different maternal lines, then you would be able to see a mixture present.
Okay. What can be the reason for being unable to yield sufficient autosomal STR DNA in order to obtain a result?
So there can be many factors that can be involved, and most of the times when the samples that we work with, they have been exposed to different environmental conditions, like I said previously. And so they can, most of the times, because those factors can affect the DNA and cause it to degrade, that could be a reason why we don't detect it during our testing.
Can thermal damage be the cause of DNA degradation?
That is correct.
Can severe thermal damage be the cause of that?
So we wouldn't have an extent to how much, I wouldn't be able to say how much of an extent the thermal damage is needed for it to cause damage, but we just know that excessive heat can break down the DNA.
And you observed the bones that you tested in this case, 21-0664, 2A and 2B.
That's correct. I was actually the analyst that accessioned those bones.
Did you observe those bones to be subject to post-mortem or pre-mortem damage?
So they look to be apparently charred.
Okay, charred, and does charred mean that they were subject to thermal damage?
So in terms of whether it was thermal damage, I wouldn't know how that thermal damage occurred. We could just say what they appear to look like.
Okay.
They just looked like they were black and somewhat burnt.
Let me ask you this, how does a bone become charred?
Through excessive heat.
I mean, in terms of how would a bone be controlled? Beyond her expertise in terms of DNA analysis. So would a death speculation?
I think she can answer that as an expert.
How does a bone become charred?
So usually that would be with excessive heat.
That's the way it's done.
Ma'am, just a couple questions, if I may. You talk about, you testify about thermal heat damage. Is that the way you pronounce the word? Correct.
Oh, so just in terms of what the sample appeared to look like, it appeared to look charred.
Sure. Okay. The thermal basically means heat or something else.
That is correct, but that is not something that I could say is what happened to that bone. I couldn't make a determination if that was actually what happened to that bone.
It's fair to say you can get heat from a lot of different sources, right?
That's correct.
The sun gives us a lot of heat sometimes.
That's correct.
Correct. If say, an item such as this is exposed to direct sunlight for long periods of time, could you get thermal heat damage from that?
So I can't really testify as to how any damage or how anything occurs to that sample. I can just testify as to what the results are from that sample.
Would ultraviolet light from the sun that touches a surface in terms of infrared would create heat, correct?
That's correct.
Could that create damage?
Well, that's part of it, is that we know that any type of UV radiation or any type of environmental conditions excessively can cause the DNA to be damaged.
Thank you.
Nothing further. All right, thank you very much. Take care of yourself, all right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Texas Ranger Brett Peters to the stand.
Have a seat, sir. Good afternoon. You raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you, Ranger. That microphone will move, so make sure you speak into it so these folks can hear you. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Ranger Peters.
Good afternoon.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Brett Peters. I'm assigned to the Texas Rangers Division, currently stationed in Guadalupe County, Seguin.
How long have you been a Texas Ranger, Ranger Peters?
I've been a Texas Ranger since 2021.
Were you law enforcement prior to becoming a Ranger?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
I started my law enforcement career back in 2005 for the New Braunfels Police Department. From there, I left and went to the Texas Department of Public Safety as a trooper, promoted to DPS CID Special Agent back in 2013 before promoting to Highway Patrol Sergeant in 2017, and then on to the Rangers in 2021.
As part of your law enforcement experience and training, Ranger Peters, have you had the occasion to participate in the investigation of murders?
Yes, I have.
Would you say you've done that many or on a few occasions?
Several occasions, yes.
As part of your duties as a Texas Ranger, do you sometimes have to go and investigate murders?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember, or obviously, Ranger Peters, are you a certified peace officer?
Yes, I am.
Do you remember, Ranger Peters, how it is that you first became involved in the investigation of the murder of Marisol Klingelhoff?
DPS CID, when I say CID, that's our Criminal Investigations Division. Agent Nava came to me and told me that he had an individual that had information reference a missing person out of Bexar County.
Was that individual a confidential informant?
No, he was not.
He was not. Not that particular.
Not that particular person, no.
Did you have an opportunity to talk to that individual?
Yes, I did.
Did that sort of clue you in as to what was going on and spur your investigation?
That is pretty much what kicked everything off with the murder investigation, yes.
Do you know, Ranger Peters, when or about Miss Marisol Klingelhofer was declared missing or reported missing?
I don't recall the exact date. I want to say it was in April sometime, possibly of 2021.
Yes, sir. And to that, did you prepare a report as the lead investigator in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if you were able to reference that report?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Ranger Peters.
You mind if I set this up real quick?
No, you're good.
Thank you.
Ranger Peters, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit number 11. Can you take a look at it really briefly and tell me if you recognize what it is?
I do.
And what is it, sir?
This is my case report or case file reference this investigation.
Did you prepare the majority of this file?
Yes, I did.
Sir, I would ask that you use it to refresh recollection as needed, but please don't read out loud from it, okay?
Okay.
Right. Ranger Peters, so can you tell us, sir, when about Marisol Klingelhofer was first reported to be missing?
My report indicates she was reported missing to Bexar County on May the 7th, 2021.
Thank you, sir. So, did this case begin as a sort of a missing person report?
So, Bexar County Sheriff's Office investigators had received a report of a missing person, and that's how that missing person report was initiated, was through Bexar County.
And then I guess after Agent Nava of the Department of Public Safety reached out to the Rangers, it's the first time law enforcement got any information regarding that this might be a homicide, right, a murder.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. What other duties or events did you perform in the beginning of this investigation, after talking to that informant that came forward?
After speaking with the informant, I believe he provided some information that Marisol Klingelhofer was.
Objection. The hearsay, Judge.
Do you have a response to his objection?
Yes, Judge, it would be information acted upon.
Be what?
Information acted upon by law enforcement.
So not offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
Yes, Judge.
Well, if that's the root purpose.
You can do it from there.
All right.
Your
that's
objection
fine.
is hearsay.
It's hearsay. Be a denial, right? And if it's a CI that given information, just want to make sure they disclose it to us, because we're going to get into what.
I believe he said it wasn't a CI, but yeah, if it's a confidential informant, he has to disclose who the informant is. But your objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Yes, let's talk about that real quick, Ranger Peters. You said it was not a confidential informant.
No, sir.
Do you recall the name of the individual you spoke to?
It's in my report. I don't recall it offhand.
Fair enough, but it's somewhere in there.
Yes.
Okay. After speaking to this individual, what did law enforcement do next?
So he provided information, referenced the murder of Marisol Klingelhofer. Some of the information that we received from this witness was that the vehicle that she was murdered in.
Object to hearsay, now right of confrontation. It goes into specifics now.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So some of the information that we received from this individual was that she was murdered inside of this green vehicle, and the vehicle had been chopped up and transported to a metal salvage yard. So Agent Nava and myself traveled to multiple salvage yards in the Atascosa and Bexar County area, attempting to locate the pieces of that vehicle.
Were the Rangers successful in locating that vehicle?
No, we were not.
What happened after that?
At some point, we had a meeting at the Bexar County Sheriff's Office to kind of discuss the case moving forward. While we were there meeting with Bexar County Sheriff's Office investigators, they actually received a phone call from I believe it was a Medina County investigator, saying that he had a confidential informant who had additional information reference a murder in Bexar County.
And was that information independent of the information Rangers had already received involving this case?
Yes, it was. Two separate witnesses.
Was that information looked into? The second set of information?
Yes, it was.
So what happened after that?
I believe on that same day, Ranger Pettis and Agent Nava got in a helicopter and went up and did some surveillance at different addresses that we had discovered during the course of the investigation up to that point. Took photographs, did aerial surveillance from the helicopter.
Let's talk about that aerial surveillance, Ranger Peters. Was that at your order or request?
Yes, it was.
And what were the two addresses that became relevant for the investigation of this case?
There was an address on Fowler Road, an address on Lucky Road, and then an address outside of, it's in Medina County, outside of Castroville.
So 3 locations.
3 locations, yes, sir.
And 2 of them you told us were Fowler Road and Lucky Road.
That's correct.
Are those 2 locations inside Bexar County?
Yes, they are.
And you told us the 3rd one was in Medina.
Medina County, yes, sir.
Why was law enforcement interested in aerially surveilling those locations?
Some of the information that we received was that the Marisol Klingelhofer's body had been burned, so we were looking for any evidence of that at these locations.
After the aerial surveillance was conducted, was any evidence perceived that some burning activities may have happened on these properties?
Yes, there was.
Specifically to any properties in particular?
I believe at both the Fowler Road and the Lucky Road addresses, there was evidence of that, yes.
During the course of the investigation, Ranger Peters, do you recall if you had the opportunity to talk to eyewitnesses that may have seen these events?
We did, yes.
Do you recall what individuals you spoke to?
We spoke with several.
Can you give me some of their names, sir?
Reuben, Roger. There was a man by the name of Carlitos I did not speak with. I believe Ranger Pettis spoke with him.
Anyone else?
Those are the 2 that I recall without looking at the report.
Was Was someone named Gustavo talked to?
Gustavo, or yeah, Sicadio, yes.
AKA Sicario.
AKA
right?
Sicadio, yes.
Okay. All of these people were interviewed by law enforcement.
Correct.
At some point, after having talked to these witnesses as well, or some of these witnesses, as well as the aerial surveillance, did law enforcement procure search warrants for any of these locations?
Yes, we did.
What search warrants were acquired for what location?
So I was able to acquire a search warrant for the Lucky Road address, the Fowler Road address, as well as Mr. Tarnava's GMC Yukon.
And law enforcement, I suppose, learned that the Yukon might be relevant to the investigation?
Yes, we did.
In what ways?
We learned that after the murder, Mr. Tarnava loaded the body into the rear cargo area of his vehicle, and that vehicle was used to transport the body.
Do you recall when about the warrants were applied for and granted?
It was in May of 2021 sometime.
And do you remember when they were executed?
I believe it was on that same day.
And is that in reference in your report, the specific date?
Yes, it is.
And what was that date?
May 27th, 2021.
Okay. May 27th. And you told us that reports of Marisol Klingenhofer being missing were filed on or about May 7th of that same year, 2021.
If that was a date that I gave you earlier, then yes, yes.
Fair enough. So about 20 days after.
Correct?
Okay. That this search warrant is being executed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you physically present, Ranger Peters, when the warrants were executed for the Fowler Road and Lucky Road?
So I believe the warrants were being executed simultaneously at the same time. So we split up, and I believe I went to the Lucky Road address, and Ranger Pettis went to the Fowler Road address.
Did you eventually make both locations?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but at the beginning, I guess it was split between the two of you.
Correct.
Were you made aware at some point throughout that day whether a traffic stop had been conducted?
Yes, I was.
Do you know on whom that traffic stop was performed?
On Andres Tarnava.
Do you know if he was arrested that day?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall, Ranger Peters, about what time of day that happened, the traffic stop?
It would have been in the afternoon or early evening hours.
Do you remember at what time the search warrants were being executed?
It was around that same time, but I don't have an exact time, no.
Fair enough. So what did the Rangers do in conjunction with law enforcement during the execution of those search warrants? What were you looking for? What did you do?
So basically, once we arrived at the locations, obviously we had to secure those locations. I know at the Fowler Road address, there were multiple people on scene that had to be secured. Some of those people had warrants, I believe. Some of Mr. Tarnava's family members were there on scene at the Lucky Road address. So basically, once the scenes were secured, then we started processing those scenes, photographs, looking for evidence.
Were you able to locate any items that could potentially have evidentiary value?
Yes.
What sort of things did you recover?
So there was behind, again, I went to Mr. Tarnava's residence at the Lucky Road address. There was evidence of burning behind the house, in front of the house. Spent cartridge cases, 25 caliber cartridge cases were observed in the front area of the residence leading up to the house.
Why were the spent shell casings relevant in any way in this investigation?
So obviously the method, the tool that was used in this murder was a handgun, is what we had learned. So those handgun cartridge cases would have been relevant to this case.
And you mentioned a burn pit or signs of burning. How was that relevant?
I'm sorry, how was it relevant?
Yes.
Because the information that we had received on what happened to Marisol's body after the murder.
Were these things collected to the best of your ability?
Yes, they were.
Now, you told us you eventually made the Fowler Road address as well.
I believe it was the following day before I made that address.
Are you aware, as the lead ranger, if any pieces of evidence were obtained from that crime scene?
Yes.
And what were those items?
There was burned barrels collected there from that address. There was some unspent 25 caliber cartridge cases that were collected, as well as multiple bones or pieces of bones collected.
You mentioned, Ranger Peters, that there was also a search warrant granted for a vehicle in the case.
That's correct.
And you told us why it was relevant to search that vehicle.
Correct.
Was a search of that vehicle performed?
Yes, it was.
And were you personally involved in that process?
Yes, I was.
Was that process documented through photographs?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Let me show you, Ranger Peters, State's Exhibit number 64 through 100. Would you kindly take a look at these photographs, Ranger, and tell me if you recognize what they are?
These are photographs of Mr. Tarnava's maroon GMC Yukon.
Have you had a chance to look at these before?
Yes, I have.
If you do me the kindness of kind of thumbing through it, make sure I'm not sneaking anything in there. And these are the same photographs that you viewed earlier.
Okay.
Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Were you present when these photographs were taken?
Yes, I was.
Were you present when the search was conducted?
Yes, I was.
Do these photographs fairly and accurately represent what they show?
Yes, they do.
Have they been changed or altered in any way to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would offer State 64 through 100 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
A moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
And permission to publish, Judge. Okay, Ranger Peters, you told us that, I believe you said this was the next day, so May 28th. Or I'm sorry, no, I'm
That
sorry.
was the same day. Yes.
That's right, May 27th, same day. Thank you, Ranger Peters, that's my mistake. Okay. So, State 64, what are we looking at?
That's a front view of Mr. Tarnava's Yukon.
And do you know where the vehicle is located?
It's in the evidence bay at Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
State 66?
Kind of a rear quarter view of the same vehicle.
Let's jump ahead to State 70. What are we looking at there?
That's inside the rear cargo area of the same vehicle.
As law enforcement were conducting the search of this vehicle, were there any particular things or areas that stood out to you as you were looking at them?
So based on the information that we received during the investigation that the body was transported in the rear cargo area of the vehicle, that's kind of the area that we concentrated on. So obviously we were looking for evidence and signs of a body being moved in that particular area. It could have been blood, hair, things of that nature.
Were you able to locate anything that stood out to you as like, this might be potentially relevant?
We did. There were some stains back there in the carpet and on some plastic trim panel pieces that we believe could have been blood that were tested and then later removed and sent to the lab.
Let me draw attention to State 76. What are we seeing here?
That looks like a side panel door pocket.
Are there any items of interest in that side panel pocket?
There's a Texas driver's license inside the pocket.
And State's number 77, what is that?
That's Mr. Tarnava's Texas DL that was inside the door pocket.
Okay. What about State's number 78? Why was this photographed?
At the time, we don't know if it's going to have any relevance to it or not. It was photographed just because it could have been used in the commission of cleanup.
What about State 79? What are we seeing here?
That's another one of the stains that I discussed earlier that could have had some relevance, could have been blood. We're not sure.
And when you're talking about stains, I'm going to point to some things in the center of the image. Let me stand away from the projector. In the center of the image. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, it is.
What about States 80?
Looks like stains that are similar to the stains we just looked at.
States 82. What are we seeing here?
That's another photo of the rear cargo area of Mr. Tarnava's vehicle.
And does it look the same as the rear cargo area that we just saw?
It's the same area, yes.
What is happening to the carpet, if anything?
So we pulled up the carpet, pulled up the plastic trim pieces. There were some stains on those plastic trim pieces, and then pulled up the carpet. What will happen, obviously anytime liquid is exposed to a carpet surface like that, it's going to seep through and it'll get into the padding or whatever is underneath it. So that's what we were looking for.
Let's look at States 83. What is 83?
That's another similar stain to what we've been looking at.
It's a different location of the car than the first one.
It may be. It's hard to tell from that photo.
What about 84?
That looks like a driver's side seat, plastic trim with some stains on it.
And I'm going to point to something on the right side of the image. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
What about 85?
That's just marking those stains there near the seat belt on that driver's seat.
States 86?
Those are cotton tip swabs that we will use to collect samples for testing. That's one of the plastic trim pieces there that I mentioned earlier that were removed from that carpeted area.
So I'm going to point to something running diagonally, I guess from top to bottom, near the center of the image. What is this?
That's the sterile cotton tip swabs that I was discussing earlier. That's
And what are those used for, Ranger?
Those are what we'll use to collect certain types of evidence. If we've got dried evidence like dried blood on the surface, then we'll use some sterile water to wet the tip of those cotton swabs and then collect that sample for testing.
And what about this thing near the bottom of the image running sort of horizontally?
That is a test strip. It's called a hemostix test strip. So what that's used for is it detects blood and urine is its original purpose. But what we use it for in the investigative side of things is we can use that to determine whether or not a substance located is blood or contains blood in it. So we'll take that sample off of those cotton tip swabs and we can touch it onto that the yellow tip on that test strip. And if it turns green, then it's detecting the presence of blood.
Did any of those test strips, as you were using them throughout this investigation, test positive, if you will?
Yes, they did.
And remind us, that means when they turn green, it means what?
That is a positive result for the presence of blood.
Okay. State's number 87. I know it's going to be a little difficult to see in this lighting, but what are we looking at 87?
That was tough for me to see as well.
Let me bring it closer to you, see if that helps. Take a look at 87.
So it's looks like the light is hitting another stain that was observed.
And where is this stain located?
It looks like it may be on the wheel well of that cargo area, but I can't say for sure.
And you told us that the light was directly shining on it?
That's what it looks like, yes, sir.
What about 88? What are we seeing here?
That looks like the lid to the fuse panel inside of the vehicle that has some additional stains on the inside of it.
What about 90?
Additional stains in the cargo area.
This might be a better picture of the one we just saw on 93.
Yeah, it looks like the same photo without so much light.
Let's jump to 94. What are we looking at here?
That's a very blurry photo of the hemostix that we were looking at earlier.
What about 95?
That is the, looks like the carpet and padding that were removed from the rear of the vehicle.
Jump ahead to 99. What are we looking at here?
It's another photo of that sterile cotton tip swab that was used to pick up the substance and then test it on the hemostix.
Can you tell the results of this particular test that was photographed?
It looks like there's a faint green.
Okay. Now, Ranger Peters, despite these hemostats showing positive for presumptive blood, as the lead ranger, are you aware if any DNA evidence was able to be extracted from that vehicle?
There was none. No.
Sorry?
That would be based on hearsay, Judge. Does he took the test?
Did you just ask him?
Yes, I can re-ask the question.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, as the lead investigator in the case, was any DNA successfully extracted from the vehicle?
Is there still an objection?
My objection was that they have to stop that predicate. It would have to be based on hearsay.
All right, so
Unless he did the test himself.
that's overruled. You can answer the question.
No, to my knowledge, there was no DNA recovered.
So despite those hits, that was sent off to testing and came back negative.
That's correct.
Could not be matched to anyone or anything.
Correct.
Now, Ranger, you told us that the search of that vehicle, as well as the search of Fowler Road and Lucky Road, happened on May 27th of 2021.
That's correct. And then continued on May 28th, the next day.
That's right. Okay. So on May 27th, 2021, is that the date that the traffic stop was also conducted?
Yes, it is.
Was the traffic stop conducted while the search warrants were being executed?
I believe the traffic stop was ongoing while the search warrants were being executed.
Okay. So, were you able to learn what result came about from the traffic stop? Where was Andres Tarnava after the traffic stop?
He was transported to Bear County.
And while he was at Bear County, at the jail, what were Rangers doing?
We were executing the search warrants at the 2 residential addresses.
Was the search of the vehicle also executed during that time?
After we started losing daylight that day, then we shifted back over to Bear County to the evidence bay and started the search of the vehicle.
After those events unfolded, did you then accompany Ranger Perez to go interview Andres Tarnava, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And that was after the execution of the warrants and the search of the vehicle?
Correct.
Do you know, Ranger Peters, approximately how long Andres Tarnava was in custody after the traffic stop before you all talked to him?
I don't know exactly how long. It would have been several hours.
If I were to say 4 or 5 hours, would that sound fair to say?
That was probably fairly accurate, yes.
Earlier in the day, Ranger Peters, a video interview was introduced into evidence. I believe you're present in that video as well as Ranger Perez. Is that true?
If it's the interview video, then yes.
Okay. Have you also had an opportunity to look at another state's exhibit of that same interview?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yep.
Ranger Peters, let me show you state exhibit number 103. Kindly take a look at it and tell me if you recognize 103.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it, sir?
It's the copy of the video that I reviewed. It's got my name, badge number, and the date printed on it.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the interview as you recall it happening?
Yes, it is.
Other than some redactions that were done for legal reasons, has it been changed or altered in any way to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Thank you, Ranger. And Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer states 103 into evidence. It corrects that Miranda thing that we had earlier. It supplements states 12 and 12A. And all the same redactions that were agreed upon.
So are you withdrawing 12 and substituting 103?
We can do that also?
Well, otherwise it's cumulative.
We can do that also.
I don't want to confuse these folks, so. Unless you want them both in there, everyone needs.
No, we're gonna object to it.
You're going to object to that?
Yes.
And your basis for objecting is?
Well, it's cumulative.
Okay.
It's, so that's number one object. And then those other objections that we had outside the presence of the
Right.
jury, they go forward and parcel with them.
Okay. All right, so on the cumulative, States 103 is the same video, however, it's got the Miranda warnings on the entire video, not cut out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So States 103 is received in evidence.
Thank you. Okay, Ranger Peters, regarding the interview. To your recollection, was the defendant, Andres Tarnava, read his Miranda warning prior to any question?
Yes, he was.
Did he voluntarily waive those rights?
Yes, he did.
Throughout the course of the interview, do you recall if the defendant, Andres Tarnava, made any admissions or confessions?
Yes, he did.
Do you recall what he confessed to?
He confessed to shooting Marisol Klingelhofer.
Did he confess as to what he did with the body?
He confessed to burning the body.
Was this consistent with everything that law enforcement knew up to that point?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember if the defendant also admitted the why he did this?
Yes, I do.
And what was that reason?
He alleged that Ms. Klingelhofer stole his late father's driver's license or ID card, maybe social security card, stole some items belonging to his late father.
And if you recall, is she alleged to have done that the same day that he shot her or prior?
I don't believe it was the same day. It was prior to.
Did the defendant communicate any other reasons as to why he did this?
Not that I recall.
In other words, did Marisol Klingelhofer threaten him, attack him? Was she armed? Anything like that?
No, not that he mentioned, no.
To your knowledge, Ranger Peters, of any of the evidence that was recovered, was there any potential human remains?
Yes, there was.
And was that submitted to a laboratory for testing?
Yes, it was.
Are you aware of what results, if any, came back from the lab?
The results,
Actually, that would be based on hearsay unless he did the testing.
I don't think it's necessary, sustained.
Well, if I may I ask it this way, Judge? Did results return without telling us what they are? From
Yes.
the lab?
yes.
Now, Ranger, I believe I asked, but just in case, the two addresses, Fowler Road and Lucky Road, in Bear County.
Correct.
Thank you, Ranger Peters. This table pass the witness, Your Honor.
You want to approach, Gus? Ladies and gentlemen, since the cross-examination of this witness is going to last probably at least an hour, I'll put us well past your 5 o'clock, going on like 5:30. I don't know if Judge Mesa described to you what happens at the end of a trial, and that's it's incumbent upon the judge to give you instructions. It's called a charge. It's not really a charge. It's more aptly called instructions, jury instructions. We can work on that right now while you guys leave a little early. So what will happen in the morning is Ranger Peters will be here for cross-examination and then any redirect and then recross. And then state, how many witnesses are we expecting for you after Ranger Peters? I won't hold you to it, but can we finish up tomorrow morning with the state's case?
Yes.
So it looks like we're getting close to their finishing their case. And then it's up to the defense whether they want to present anything to you or anything like that. Okay, so we are getting there. I don't want you to feel like we're just spinning our wheels. All right, but if we start across right now, it's going to go lengthy, and you're going to be stuck here, okay? So I think it's better off, we can do some work without you. We're better off having you back in the morning at 9 o'clock, okay? Don't talk to anybody, don't look at anything, don't research, not at this point, okay? We're getting there, so it would be horrible to do it now. I know you won't, but I have to tell you those instructions because it's so vitally important that you stay away from anything having to do with this case, okay? Have a lovely evening, I'll see you at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury. Please bring your writing material. Keep your pen or pencil.